Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. We made it. We made it. We made it. All right. Got my coffee. Got some water. Got my crew here. Let's see, who do we got? Who do we got? MMO Pug. We got MMO Pug. Royal C-Dub Gaming, of course, is here. Happy Sunday, fellas. So nice to see you. We got G-Loop82. Nice to see you again. Welcome back. Welcome back, Gordienko Games. So nice to see you. And Darkman, we got the whole crew here today. Oh, I almost missed you, Dramulks. Dramulks there with the moon clap. The moon clap. What a good one. What a good little emote that one is, folks. Beautiful. Beautiful. B-E-A-beautiful. All right. So, I was making some videos here. Let's close that up. Goodbye. All right, so what do we got going on? Captain Coder's so happy to be here with everybody this morning. Thank you for coming by. Welcome to the Academy. What are we working on today? What have we been working on all week? Well, we've made a lot of progress, folks. If you've missed any of it, we've got a little blog here for you to check out. Oh, no, I don't need a break. We haven't been going for 75 minutes. You're wrong. Wrong, incorrect. Incorrect. Reset that. I gotta get a little bit better at that. What have we been working on? We got this blog here. We've done 6 days so far. We're trying to implement a crafting system, RPG crafting. Look at this guy. That's us. That's us trying to, let's make a crafting system, folks. Yeah, that's the face you make when you got a crafting system that works. All right, so if you missed out on it, if you want to go back and watch all of the videos, you can. That's a lot of videos to watch. I would not highly recommend it, but if you want to, one of the things I do like about watching it on YouTube is you can speed it up, slow it down, pause it. The only downside, you don't get to talk with me live. You don't get to talk with me live. Maybe that's an upside. Maybe that's an upside to you. Maybe you're like, I'm sick and tired of Captain's voice. Just want to watch your code. Turn that volume all the way down. All right, but day one, if you want to go see the whole process, how we got here, you can. Oh, got a little formatting issue there. Here, I got formatting issue. Let's go fix that blog. Day six, my friends. We went in the index, in the inner workings, in the bowels of the blog. Welcome to the bowels of the blog, folks. Missed a little hash there. All right, let's fix that. Get. Let's change that real quick. Get pusheroo. Force that push on up. In a moment, it'll fix. But what did we do yesterday? Yesterday, we updated. Oh, none of the pictures are working either. What? All right. Well, I'll just show you live then. What did we do yesterday? Yesterday, we got our crafting system working for real. It's essential. We're essentially done. All the goals I want to get done are done. So we have a crafting system. We have a crafting container. You can only put things in the correct spots. There's no remove option yet. That's fine. We'll add that. Maybe it's not fine. That's something we'll add in. There's like no inventory for me to actually put stuff in yet. But we have ourselves a little dragon system. The order these things are in here don't matter. But if you click combine, it takes the items in there, and boom, we end up. This particular one happens to be the nunchaku recipe. 2 sticks in a rope, you get some nunchakus. Get some nunchucks, or nunchucks is what someone was saying. Nunchucks, the least throwable weapon in the game, which I thought is hilarious. I thought that was a really, really good. Some nunchucks, that's right. They're specifically for nuns. Or does that mean that they're used by nuns or for nuns, Dramulks? They were nunchucks. But nunchaku, yeah. So we got those. So that was a fun little implementation. So we reworked the UI. Illuminati, it's so nice to see you today. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, my friend. Happy Sunday. I hope you're doing well. And then the last thing we did yesterday was our item database. We added this little checkbox here that you click and it scans and it builds up your whole item database for you. based on recipe data. It's called an database. It's really called a recipe database. Builds up your recipes for you based on what's inside of this thing here. It goes and it finds all of your crafting recipes. So if you add more recipes, just click, boom, click that, you get it. You get them, folks. But yes, we're super excited to be here. So happy to be making progress. What do I want to get done today? Since we already have our crafting system working, we are ready to move on to just clean it up clean it up a little bit. We did do it 7 days. We managed to finish it in about 6. So now we're going to restyle the crafting container to scale. So right now I think it's a little bit ugly, you might say. Look, I'm not a designologist. I don't design things, but I would like it to scale. So if I were to change like so here's one thing that's a little ugly. Look at how horrible that resolution is. If I put it at 1280 by 720, it's like, okay, these are still supposed to be 128 by 128 pixels. That's not what we want. What I would like, I would like for this to scale nicely with the screens. If I'm in free aspect and I drag this around, it should scale up and down. It should maintain a reasonable look to it. So that's one thing that we're going to play around with. I know doing that with the original Canvas tool was pretty easy. We're going to see how easy or horrible that is with the UI toolkit. So that's one thing I want to do, is make it you would call this a reactive styling. Reactive style. Checks party. UI, that's the correct face to make. That's correct. We're dealing with UI. That's the face I'd expect you to make. Dremel says, I love UI. Well, UI doesn't love me. All right, so if we manage to finish that, I want to, I'm hoping we finish that. I want to add in buttons to switch between crafting container types. So right now, the crafting container type is like hard set here in the UI, in the inspector. I want to make it so that way you can swap this out pretty easily. I'm just gonna have some different buttons here for workbench for each of my different types. So right now I have a workbench, a loom, and a forge. Guess I technically have this other thing called a crafting. But anyway, I want to make it so you can switch between these pretty easy. Just have some buttons or maybe a drop-down menu to select from. Let's see. If we finish that, I want to add like a simple, notice the word simple there, inventory. So I'm thinking simple inventory is just like going to be a thing where I can click some icons or maybe drag some stuff into it and have an infinite things just to test out the different recipes. So that's what we're going to try and get done today. I'm not necessarily thinking I'm going to actually manage to get all of this done today, but we're going to do our best. Darkman asks, why don't you make a crew jam? So like a game jam? Is that your ask, Darkman? Why don't we have a Captain Coder game jam? Is that your question, Darkman? Because if that's your question, the answer is I did. I am. It's coming, my friend. It's coming. Where is it? It's just, I have too many things on here now, apparently. There is Learn You a Game Jam. Game Jam info coming June 17th. June 17th, my friend. You can sign up for it right now if you'd like. June 17th. All the details are going to get worked out, but there's a Learn You a Pixels Jam. It's a Learn You a Game Jam Pixel Edition. It's a pixel art themed game jam with Learn You a Game Jam. So the whole idea is you can submit a game if you want. You can just submit a game. Sorry for the how bright it is, folks. I'm sorry, Dramlux. I'm sorry, all of you coders out there. It's a little bright, I know. But the Learn You a Game Jam, you are encouraged. The reason it's a Learn You a Game Jam, you're encouraged to learn something new. You got to learn something new. You're going to submit a devlog, a blog, or a vlog sharing what you learned with others. So the process that I go through every time where I say, okay, what are my learning goals? What do I want to do? That's what I want. There's going to be a secret theme as well, but what do you want to learn is what you're going to do. And then me and 3 guest judges are going to kind of judge the blogs, vlogs, and devlogs to see which one was most educational. The winner is going to get $250 USDs. And then everyone else who submits one will be entered in a drawing. There will be 5 other winners getting 50 just for learning something, just for doing something you'd probably be doing anyway, just for learning. Just for learning. Dramox, what if we already know everything? Well, get out. No, get. If you think you know everything, well, you know nothing. You know nothing, Jon Snow. You know nothing, Dramox. All right. But yeah, we have ourselves a Learn You a Game Jam. This is going to be in June, though. I haven't promoted this yet because it's so far away. But we will be doing the Learn You a Pixels Jam. Roiku, how are you feeling? Are you any better? I know you were sick yesterday. Oh my goodness, you were saying you were dying yesterday. Are you still feeling pretty bad? But yeah. So Darkman, thank you for asking. Yes, there will be a Learn You a Game Jam. Captain Coder's Learn You a Game Jam coming to a summer near you. Yeah. So thank you for asking. Gotta love that bean water, folks. Get that bean water in you. Riku says, I'm probably quitting the game jam still because I have a high fever and I can't think. Go back to sleep, my friend. I hope get in bed, curl up, get some sleep, have some soup. Rick says, you have your own jam. Maybe I'll join it then. You should, Riku. We do the Learn You a Game Jam. But yeah, Riku, get some sleep, my friend. Take care of yourself. Do what you gotta do to feel better. But yeah, if you want to hang out here, you can. But I'm gonna say, get some sleep, my friend. Get some sleep. Roiku says, Royal CW, know the one I'm already in. Yeah. So Roiku is doing the 7-day roguelite. 7-day roguelite. Your stuff looked awesome, but not worth hurting yourself over. Devro asks, Captain, how are you doing? I'm doing fabulous, Devro. I am feeling good. I'm doing great. I'm here. It's a beautiful morning. I hope it's beautiful wherever you are. Is it beautiful for you, Devro? Is it beautiful out there wherever you are in the world? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. All right, so that's what we're going to look at today. See if we can get those done. And I have some bonuses just in case. I'm not fully expecting to get here. But if we do manage to get there, I have an eye adapter that has a code smell that we're going to fix. I want to learn how to package it up as a Unity asset, so I'm not sure to do that. And then if we manage to finish all of those, then it's time to take over the world, folks. Bonus number 3, take over the world. We'll see if we can get there. There's a lot to get through today, and then maybe, just maybe, we can take over the world. Clayman Dev is here in our presence. Clayman, did you know? Today's stream is brought to you by the letter C. You know what C stands for? C is for Clayman Dev. That's right. It's probably too quiet now. That seemed too quiet. How was the Moon People sound? Could you even hear it? I turned it down yesterday. Clayman. C is for Captain Coder. No. C is for Clayman Dev. Epic indie game developer working on epic game here. You gotta give him some love, folks. Give him some love. If you don't know the Clayman, everyone here knows the Clayman, I assume. Loftside Dead says, hi folks, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, Loftside. Happy Sunday to you, my friend. Welcome back. So nice to see you this beautiful morning. How are you today? All right, folks, so we're gonna dive in. We're gonna get this. The main thing I wanna do is get this grid scaling dynamic. Oh, do we got a woe chain going on? We got a woe chain, folks. Can we finish the woe chain? Clayman's trying to set up a slummy definition at the Can we get it? Can we get that woe chain? Is there enough woeage in here? Do people want us? Whoa, we done did it, folks. Thank you for participating in that woe chain. We made it happen. Art says, good morning. How do you do? I do very well, sir. How do you do? Hang on, I need my hat so I can say. Is this a thing? How do you do? I do well. Nice to meet you, sir. That was a thing people used to do. I've seen that where people, when they greet someone else, they'll take their hat off. I guess that's a sign of respect, right? To lift your hat up. I know that it's like disrespectful to have your hat on indoors, supposedly, according to, the rules of what is that called? You go to the school where they teach you how to behave. What are the rules called? The behavior schools. etiquette school. Yeah. So I remember when I was younger, people, you take your hat off. Can't wear. I always used to wear hats. I still like to wear hats. I'm just not outside as much. I used to wear hats all the time and I'd lose them, so I just didn't want to take it off because my hat would disappear if I took it off. I do fantastically well, Art. How are you, my friend? So nice to see you. So nice to see you this morning. The whole crew's here, man. The whole crew. But yeah, I want to clean up this UI. So right now it doesn't scale nicely if I change the resolution. Have you ever seen something more hideous than this? I have, but not many things. Not many things are more hideous than what we're looking at right here. I'm so glad you're doing very well, Art. How did your stream wrap up last night? I think I was working. I was knee deep, waist deep, chest deep in learning about how to do bytecode injection in C#, and that was super cool. Arts, I've seen much more hideous UIs. Yeah, my blog has a pretty hideous UI. It's pretty. This UI, it's pretty. I don't know if hideous is the right word. It's pretty bright. Pretty bright. Did we fix this? Why are my? Oh, there they are. There. Okay, so we were missing it. But yeah, we got the blog here. I guess this isn't that hideous. I actually really like this layout. A little bit. I wish it was a little bit more dynamic over here. But look, I'm not a UIologist. Cat bro, it's not time for coding. It's not. No, why not? It's time for Captain Coder. It's time for Captain Coding. Welcome back, Cat bro. So nice to see you. So nice to see you. So let's hop right in and see if we can get some UI stuff working. It's time for sleepies. Well, enjoy your sleep, Cat bro. Enjoy your sleep. I just got up. I just woke up. Well, that's not true. I've been up for about 2 hours. A little more than 2 hours. I did a workout. Watched Mooniz's stream. Mooniz smelled some of my code. It was good. So, but here's our UI. I would like to make it reactive. It needs to be reactive. Right now it's not that good. Art says, I was so very satisfied with the progress yesterday. Now the remainder of coding on the alpha is purely polish all the weapons, enemies, spells, items, and major features done. That's always nice when you get to just work on like the quote unquote fun stuff, right? Making the game more interesting and more cool or whatever product. Catbird says, I woke up at 2 p.m., 2 a.m. I woke up at 3 a.m. But that's pretty normal for me. Ricky says, I'm enjoying some warm tea before I go take a little nap. For I'll have some bean water. Yeah. Well, if you're gonna have some bean water, you might have trouble napping, but enjoy your warm tea, my friend. Art says, I actually stayed up coding for another hour or so, implementing a few more features and doing balancing. Nice. Art, I am so excited to try out the Warlock Scantlet. You have no idea how excited I am. Can you feel the excitement bubbling up out of me? It's bubbling. Look at there's flames at the bottom of my face here are forming. That's how excited I am. Oh no, those are just my fingers, folks. Don't worry. Those are just my fingers. They're not real flames. Capper says, been playing Fortnite and watching Veritasium videos. I'm not sure what Veritasium, but I know what Fortnite is. Art, I can feel it. All right. So one thing that's interesting here is I want to get better styling on this. I hate UI crafting grid USS. Okay. Rex says, I was just about to call the finger fireman to come over. The finger man. I don't even know what to say about that. Can I turn on mode? Change language mode CSS. There we go. Look at that, folks. Now we can get some nice syntax highlighting in there. Art says, is this still a PG-13 stream now? PG-11 Art. PG-11. Did I say something that was maybe beyond PG-13? It's unintentional if I did. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, PG-11, folks. So one of the reasons this starts looking so bad is these are all 128 by 128. It's your own dirty mind playing tricks on you. Look, it happens to the best of us. It happens to the best of us. Someone was telling me, I watched some other streams. I'm always so surprised by the amount of like what I would consider like hefty language in other streams. I'm like, man, people just say all these things that don't even come to my mind. So someone, my partner, she pointed out, she says, well, you work with little kids all day long. So like your brain doesn't end up going there. If you were just hanging around chatting with, people in a similar age group, then you'd probably get there. And I was like, that's probably true. And so I just happen to like spend the majority of my time working with ages 10 to 14, young people. But what I would like to do here is this width and height thing needs to go away. This needs to be relative to the size of my container. And so I'm going to comment this out for now. Anywhere I have the hard set pixels, I need to fix. So I'm going to look for the word pixel in here. And it's really interesting. I don't like a lot of these things being pixel based because then it changes with the resolution. For example, so there are some things I'm not liking about the, let me complain a little bit about the UI toolkit. One thing I don't like is the font. I would like it to be relative to the size of the like 16 by 9. And so notice the font changes because it set the font size 14. And so I would like it to be that font size is always static based off of like the relative GUI size. But I don't know if that's really what I want or if that's just what my brain has been tricked into believing I want. Art says, I don't want to derail the stream, but may I ask why bytecode injection is, what bytecode injection is, for what purposes you are learning about it? Great question, Art. Great question. This is such a good question. All right, so bytecode injection is the ability to take some code. So Unity does this. So an example is Unity does this. This thing here, the serialized fields thing, this is called in C#, this is called an attribute. In Java, it would be called an annotation. In like Python, I think it's called, I forget what it's called. This is something called meta programming. So there's actually like no code. This is like, there is some code associated with it, but it does some stuff at compile time. So this adds compilation information to your program. It says at compile time, compiler, I would like you to use this to do something. Okay, so you can write annotations that say during compile time, do something different with the compilation process. And so bytecode injection, it's kind of like that. So we're saying take some code and rewrite the bytes that make up the compiled code. Okay, now bytecode injection says at runtime, can you do that at runtime? And so Unity does this with their serialized fields. At runtime, the serialized fields actually don't read and write the way you might expect. So for an example, let me see if I can find an example here that's it's hard to do on this project. In my Adventure Quest project, I really found some interesting things. So normally if you want to create let's say I want to create an item data, at some point I have to call new item data, right? Somewhere in the code, you'd expect to find new item data, in which this says, call the constructor for my class and create it. Unity does not do this. Their serialization is super fast. And it's because they do not ever call your constructor. Instead, they create like these fake objects. They say, well, I know what the data inside is supposed to look like. And so I'm just gonna create, I'm gonna dynamically create bytecode. I'm gonna, at runtime, I'm gonna go in and create something that appears to be this thing and is gonna interact with the code perfectly fine so you won't get runtime errors. And it's super, super cool. And that's why their serialization system is lightning fast compared to other serialization systems. I hope did that answer your question at all, Art? The idea with bytecode injection is you want to write the assembly code into the project at runtime, or at compile time change what the bytecodes are. So it's super, super cool process. C# is a language that allows you to do this you can have these blocks called unsafe. C# unsafe code. So you can actually use direct bytecode. So most program languages in most mini languages, in C and C++, you can just have direct pointers. This is not a normal thing in languages like C# and Java, but you can actually use pointers if you mark your code as unsafe. So you can dynamically say, okay, here's this code here, and I want to actually write specific bytes into memory at arbitrary locations. And you can do that. And it's like kind of amazing. So I was playing around with this yesterday. Yeah, so you can have this stuff called unsafe. So this unsafe code says, garbage collector, I'm doing stuff in here that the garbage collector won't know about. Art says, I have multiple more questions now, but I think I should read up on it rather than have you lecture me more. Thanks for the intro. You're welcome. Bytecode stuff is super cool. Let's just say bytecode injection allows you to do some really, really cool things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do. Let's see here. And you're not derailing the stream at all, Art. I've actually essentially finished the crafting system. Now it's just fun stuff at this point. Not Tristan, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. So nice to see here. Checks, it is dangerous. That's why it's called unsafe. Because at that point, the compiler makes no guarantees that anything's gonna work. Royalty Dub says, interesting. Yes, very interesting. Not Tristan64, have you played my game while not playing it on stream? I have not. I'm so sorry, not Tristan. I've just been so busy with work and other things. I haven't had a chance to play your game. I have a little bit of I haven't had a chance to look at it. I apologize. I apologize for that. But it is, people want to check it out. It seems really, really interesting and cool. Let's see. Yeah, checks unsafe. There you go. Time for fun stuff. Download both packs and exe to run the game. What program did you use? RPG in a Box and Unity. Gotcha. Okay. So I want to try and make this UI responsive. So one thing, like I was saying, one thing that's annoying normally, we got Dark Lord Serhaza. Dark Lord Serhaza, welcome to the crew. Dark Lord Serhaza, thank you for following. I said, Dark Lord Serhaza, welcome to the crew. Dark Lord Serhaza, I want to know, how are you? Dark Lord Serhaza, how are you, my friend? Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy, where we are learning to code and growing as a crew. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I love when people ask me questions. I'll do my best to answer. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. So one thing you can do in CSS that I don't think you can do in USS is you can, where is this? Let me close this. I don't need that. I keep opening up the wrong file. Instead of pixels, you might set this to something like 2em. This doesn't appear to be an option here. Yeah, so 2em. This would be a relative pixel size. Yeah, so I'm a little bit annoyed by this. I'm wondering also if there's some scaling stuff we can do. USS, Unity, scale font. Font, let's see, scale Stretch to fill, Unity background scale. So there are some things that looks like we do. So this is something that's interesting. Unity slice. Ooh, there are some extra interesting things we can do. But I'm really curious. So the font. Font size, font style. Checksprite says the UI builder uses a language called USS. Yeah, Unity style sheets. So they're very, very similar to cascading style sheets with UI development. Rico says, so during bright daytime, what do Darkmen and Dark Lords do? Isn't it just a nighttime job? That's a good question. But yeah, the font size is probably going to drive me crazy. Something I think we might be able to do is make... So the fact that we're having to scale with the UI might just not be the right option. Instead, we might want to set it to a specific size, and then depending on your UI, use that. So down here with my display, what did crafting UXML? So size, match game view. So this here supposedly makes it match the game window size. So if I were to change it now, the 128, so let's try this. Oh, that's a mess in there for sure. But if I were to change it to 1920, okay, so that is interesting. All right, so we're just playing around with it. The Ramslayer says, hello, Captain. Welcome back, Ramslayer. So nice to see you. We got Superhero Sandwich over on YouTube saying the graveyard shift. I think you're referring to the Darkman and Dark Lord job, the graveyard shift. Okay, this is fascinating. So I took out the width and height on these things. And so I want them to scale appropriate with the size of this window. And maybe I want it to be over on the left side a little bit. So let me look at, did I close that window? Why would I do such a thing? Because it takes up so much space. Let me see if I can put it here if it'd be, God, I do not like how much space this UI builder takes up. Let me create, I'm gonna define a new window mode here. I'm gonna get rid of this, shrink this down, make it a little bit wider here. But I would like to have this be this way. Can I create, all right, so in my window layouts, save layout, we're gonna call this UI builder so that I can just hop back to my UI builder. I wanna be able to switch quickly between my UI and my scene, or my game mode to see what it looks like there. And have it take up most of the space. Lance says, hi-yo, Cap, how goes? It goes, Lance, it's going very well, my friend. How the heck are you? Checks Party asks, how many UI solutions Unity got now? As far as I'm aware, 17. No, I have no idea how many they have. I only know of 2. I know of the canvas and this one. Is there another one that you know of, Checks? Fit canvas is not what I want like that. Instead, maybe we make this a specific size. But yeah, at the very least, I want the internals to scale the way I want them to. And I'm not sure how to do that. Real says, I may be going live later. Awesome. For anyone who doesn't know, Royal C-Dub is a streamer. Royal C-Dub, aspiring indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulator champion. He was streaming yesterday doing some stuff in Blender, which looked really awesome. He's making an escape room game in Unity. No, not in Unity, in Unreal Engine. Pretty interesting little stream to check out. Worth a shot. Give him a little follow. And maybe see if you like that type of stream. Checkfair says just 2. Okay, that's one more than I thought there was. Just two. Yeah. So There are parts of this I really like. It feels like it's not quite up to a standard just yet. Yeah, we got... I'm wondering if I can make it scale up. Landon Hicks says they have a third, but it's really for editor use only. IMGUI, MGUI. I haven't heard of that one either. So just so everyone knows, anyone who's not aware, I'm a pretty new to Unity. And so one of my goals on this project is to learn about the UI toolkit a little bit more and play around with it. So maybe I should make this thing dynamically sized based off the container itself. In which case we would need to be able to set the width and height. I want to make this take up the width and height. I'm going to instead make this inner part here. So this inside container. This is what's making things center. So in this case, we're flexing where we put position. This container seems to be the thing that's putting us in the middle. So I look at this here. Len says, I'm doing very well, thank you. UI work is still a long way off, but I'm working on a space game. I have a ship scale demo that has test tracked objects out to millions of meters. Turning is mostly working. So next will be actually maneuvers to intercept piece by piece. She is finally starting to come in. That sounds awesome, Lance. You don't have to, but if you wanted to, you could join our Discord. I would love to see some of screenshots or videos. That sounds cool. Tawny's here as well. Tawny, happy Sunday, my friend. So nice to see you. So nice to see you, my friend Dramox. It's UI GUI and UI Toolkit. That's it. XD says, I'm learning coding and I got some questions. XD, you know I love the questions. You don't have to just tell us you got questions. You got to ask them. Dramoxon says, and is in UGUI, there are a bunch of components. Yeah, so UGUI, is that the canvas system, Dramox? That's what it's called, UGUI? Donnie says, I'm always here, Cap, even when I'm not. Tawny, you're always with me in spirit. You have a nice little place. You have a place right here. Oh, you can't see, right here in the captain's little heart hole. There's a spot just for you, Tawny. Just for you, my friend. And I appreciate you warming up my soul with your presence. Okay, so this container is the container. What's going on with the container class? Is this what's putting things in the center? XDS, so when to use object-oriented programming, can you explain with simple example? When to use object-oriented programming. So it's a paradigm of programming that I like. And so if you happen to be using an object-oriented programming language, that's what you want. So we'll do a quick example. Let's make a little sample project here. Make their example OOP. Nope. One sec. Example OOP. The main idea is object-oriented programming is a method for managing complexity. Deborah says, when to use object-oriented programming? According to my coding teacher, always. That's definitely not true. It comes down to like, how are you planning to manage complexity in your program? And objects happen to be a way of managing complexity. There are other ways. Let me first say there are other ways to do it. Object-oriented program just happens to be one way. So let's imagine. So the idea is, it is a way for you to model data. So the word object comes from, we have data objects, and objects is a thing that combines multiple things. Lance says, joined on Discord, we'll be glad to post some images in a little bit. Sure, all temp models, of course, but it's a start. I figure the final art can come later, when there's a game. Absolutely, my friend. And in the Discord, just in case, I know it's getting a little bit big there, but in the not project feedback, in the self-promotion, the share work, feel free to post it on one of the forums or in the chat. The forums, you'll have like a dedicated thread for you, and in the chat, it'll be there for like maybe a day before more stuff fills up. But yeah, thank you for joining. Looking forward to seeing what you post. Okay, so but object-oriented program, it's used to model how you want to think about your data. So it's a matter of like reducing the complexity. For example, you might have a player class, so public class player. And so the idea is rather than in your main program having a bunch of variables like int player health equals 10, string player name equals Bob, instead you would have a player class, and the player class would have attributes, have field in them. So you'd say public int player health, and I'm going to use some C# stuff here with getters and setters. Public string name, and this would allow you to specify how that data is grouped together. Okay, so now rather than having two variables out here, you have one object of player type. You create a new player, and then now it's a player dot, this should say health. So the idea is this helps you organize your code. Player dot name equals Bob. Right, so we no longer do that. And now if you wanted to create additional players, player 2, you could say, okay, well now this player has health, health equals 17, and their name is, Janet. So objects allow you to group together data. So it's a data object, and class is a classification of data. And then it also allows you to create methods that operate over that classification of data. So for example, you might have a method called public int level up, public void level up, and this just says health plus equals 10. So when you level up, it increases the health by 10. So this is a function that is associated with these pieces of data, and so it is grouped into this classification. That's object-oriented programming in a very, very small nutshell, packed up in a little tiny box. So that's the main idea with object-oriented programming, is to provide a way to manage the complexity as your programs get bigger. There's way more to it than this, but this is the general idea. So when would you use it? Well, do you have data that works together? Is there chunks of data that operate together independent of everything else? And so there's like a tricks, as you practice it, it gets more and more and more. I hope that answered your question, XD. Thank you so much for asking. It's an excellent question. Excellent question. Thank you for asking. A great question, for giving an opportunity to explore that. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here to do that. Okay. Chex Party says recipe-oriented programming. Yeah, that's right. Royal C-Dub with the lurk. Enjoy your lurk, my friend. Enjoy your lurk. So what I wanted to do, Tony says, I don't really get it, but crazy how nature does that. Nature does what? What does nature do? Nature. What's natural about programming? There's nothing natural about programming, I will say that. All right, so you're welcome, XD. I'm so happy, so happy to help you out. Of course. This container, I want it to take up, can we make it flex? Okay, what is the flex grow 1? So this is gonna say grow with the size of the things you're in that are with you. And we're gonna set a max width of 32. We'll do a max width of 128 pixels, but no, and maybe a min width of 32 pixels. I don't like that I have to specify pixels here. I want to be able to specify EMs, which is relative to your sort of resolution. Checkspice says learning OOP makes you see reality different. It does. You start like modeling everything in your head. The UI builder will now apply. Okay. I'm curious in our game mode what that looks like. Are we flexing? So I want them all to be, so this is funny because they are flex and it says, well, this thing should take up more space than the other thing because there's a picture in it. I want them all to have the same size to them. Lance says, I've been watching a collection of math videos by Freya Holmer on YouTube and relearning all math I forgot from high school. It's been amazing to learn how all this stuff actually applies. Yeah, one of my favorite things about computer science and programming is you start seeing the applications of these things. It's really, really cool. I want my flex to be, I want all of these to be the same size. So this doesn't make sense here. Tony says there's a quote that has really stuck with me. Life is a race. Life is a race. You are the. I'm not sure. I don't understand that quote, Tony. Yeah. I don't quite understand that quote. Is you are the racer? Yeah, I'm not sure. I understand that quote. I'm not sure if that quote is appropriate or not. What if I set all the width to 32? Let's see here. All right, that's not what we want. Let's get rid of the flex. Why is the height 32 pixels? I want to avoid this explicit thing here. I do like the things. How does AI do automatic stuff? Can you explain it? A simple example. Do you mean like chat? It depends on the type of AI. AI is such a broad topic. Are these only showing up if it's 128 because the picture? Oh, the picture. You know what? It's the background is the picture. And so the picture's not scaling properly. Now I've broken everything. Can I undo all the things? Let's undo all the things here. So it depends on what you want to learn. So AI is such a vast, so I'm going to start out by saying, so you're asking specifically, how can I make my own AI? I want to learn the concept. What do you want your AI to do? Artificial intelligence is such a vast topic. So for example, it's like you could have a simple AI that just says, if the player is near me, attack it, otherwise move towards the player. That is technically an AI. What do you mean by AI? Devro sent us, Devro, this picture. This picture, look at this. Devro, thank you for sending us. Look at this. This is what you're making? Look at that 3D render. Tramo says, create a pretzel captain. You want a captain that's a pretzel, or you want me to make a pretzel? I don't quite understand. Check says, that's a meaty question. Spyros over on YouTube says, I'm kind of new to programming, finished a boot camp in Ruby on Rails, and I've been developing some websites. I want to start my adventure in C#. How would you recommend I go about it? Great question, Spiros. Welcome aboard. XDS, let's say I just want to, I'm going to come back to your question, XD, but I'm going to answer Spiros real quick. So here is my recommendations for learning C#. It depends a lot on how new you are to programming. So I am working on a workbook. So the first one I always like to recommend is my workbook. This is the book I've been writing, Adventures in C#, c#.captaincoder.org. It's sort of targeted for younger students, so I use this in my classes. I teach at a school for ages 10 to 14. And so this workbook I'm doing is specifically for targeted for my age group, for my students. It doesn't teach object-oriented programming, but it'll teach you all of the basics of getting going in C#, like variables, doing math, reading and writing from the console, loops, those things. So this is where I have my students start. There's another book this book I love, the C# Player Guide. It's about $30. This is the best never programmed before book for C#. It takes you all the way through object-oriented programming, very specific .NET-y things, this book is fantastic. Highly, highly recommend. If you have the $30, if you can get this book, this is the book to get. I promise you, you will love I love this book. This is the best book in my opinion. If you're not able to afford that, and I know that can be limiting, the book I recommend is the C# Programming Yellow book, which is a free PDF. They have a free PDF. The physical book you can buy, but it's a free PDF. So if $30 is cost prohibitive for you, highly recommend the yellow book. I personally like the physical copy, Royal C-Dub, but some people say like the Kindle edition just fine. Like the Kindle edition just fine. That said, I have a physical copy. I love being able to take notes and write in my books. And so I have a physical. So those are the 3 resources I would recommend to use, Spiros. Thank you for asking. Those are the 3 I would recommend, especially if you are new to programming. New to programming, highly, highly recommend C# Player's Guide. XD was following up on the AI question. I want to make an AI to talk with humans like a human. That is called, so there's this thing called the Turing test, and it's a whole can of worms, and it's super, super challenging to do. So that's sort of what ChatGPT is trying to do. And it turns out like, I can't even really tell you exactly where to start, but one spot you could look at would be Markov chains for predictive text. I would highly recommend looking into Markov chains because this is kind of what's going on with ChatGPT. ChatGPT passed the Turing test. I don't know if that's true. That said, the Turing, so yeah. Markov chains is a spot where I would start with learning. If you wanted to make something be able to emulate human text, Markov chains do that. XD. So Markov chain. Let's see, text generation with Markov chain. So this sort of does modeling of, you take in models. This might not be the best article to read, but how to do Markov chains is essentially what ChatGPT is doing. Unity Coder says, check also dialogue says if you just want to build predefined discussions. Yes, if you just want something that's predefined, not generative, that's a little bit simpler. Nameless Coder says, what would you recommend for someone who already has experience with other programming like a Java, C++, C, Python, who also wants to learn C#? I still would recommend the C# Player's Guide. I definitely wouldn't recommend my book. I wouldn't recommend my book because you will be bored out of your mind. The C# Player's Guide, let me switch to my doc cam here so I can show it to you. I still recommend this if you already have knowledge in another programming language. I'm gonna get my doc cam up here just so I can show you the book. So this is such a good book. You're gonna just blast through part 1, the basics, all right? And so the first 14 chapters is just basics, no object-oriented programming. The object-oriented programming part's gonna be super helpful for you because C# provides a bunch of extra stuff in here. So I don't know if you can read this at all. Let me see if I can see it's hard to tell whether or not this is legible on my screen. Let me see if I can blow it up here. It's not. All right, let me set that focus. See if I can get that focus for you. All right, so the object-oriented programming part is very specific to C# object-oriented programming. So you learn about all the special types, so enumerated types, tuples. Then you get into classes. Then you get into information hiding, which has a lot of very specific C# stuff. Properties are awesome in C#. And then you start learning about all of these things. So even if you've done some programming before, this book is fantastic because you get into some very specific C# related object-oriented programming stuff. And it's just a good refresher. So there's section on records and structs that are just so good. Other languages don't necessarily have records. It's the C# thing. Some languages have them. Most languages don't have structs. C# has them. So these are really good if you don't quite understand generics. So this book is so good, and it has great exercises. And then it's going to go into like useful C# .NET specific classes. And that's just part 2. part 3 is all C# specific things. So this book is just so thorough from end to end. If you've never programmed before, it has a great start, and just like keep building. If you've already programmed, but you haven't used C#, it's so good because you learn all of the ins and outs of C# and can apply your other knowledge. So if you're good at Java, this book is fantastic. Highly recommend this book as a book if you want to learn C# specifically. Thank you for asking. Excellent book. Let me turn the cam on. Okay, I missed some chat here, so I gotta go up. Here. XDS, can you explain the concept of the algorithm? Yeah, XD, I'll explain the concept of the algorithm. Sure. So let me get, all right, so here is how, get my doc cam again. Good question. So let's look at what, let's look at here. So I got so much chat going on, folks. I'm so sorry I'm missing it, but this is just exciting. So let's talk about Markov chain real quick. And how you might use it to do an AI. Hang on, let's see if my Remarkable will wake up. There we go, we still have battery, 56%, folks. All right, I'm trying to get myself set up so I can still see the chat. Okay. Should I get it? I can't decide. Hang on, let me get it caught up on the chat real quick, and then I'll answer your questions on specifically Markov. I'm gonna write that Markov chains. We'll talk about Markov chains in just a moment, folks. Let me get caught up. XD says, not just predefined stuff because it's pretty basic. I'd like to generate thoughts. I don't know if you can generate thoughts. That's an interesting idea. I don't know that anyone can generate new interesting thoughts. Spyros over on YouTube, thank you so much. I'll get the player's guide. I love D&D. It's right up my alley. I will also watch your videos with Unity once I'm to that level. So much content to explore. You're welcome, Spyros. Thank you so much for asking. I do appreciate it. Checkspire says you should ask AI how to make your own AI. That's right. Real CW, should I get it? I can't decide. You're talking about the C# player's guide? Absolutely. If you can afford it, I highly recommend it. Nameless Coder looks better. See, PDF Drive is a website where you can find lots of books. Try your hand over there too. Let's be careful not to promote pirating anything on the stream. So if you're promoting pirating, I'm gonna have to, unfortunately, I'll have to ban you if you do it again. So don't promote pirating. Checks Party, that's actually against TOS of ChatGPT. It reads, you cannot use the AI to make your own similar AI. Fascinating. Sean Stevie says, hi, what do you think about Godot versus Unity for 2D pixel art games? I've never used Godot, or I've used it like very minimally. I've almost barely used it. I'm also incredibly new to Unity. I've only been using Unity for about a little over 2 months in any serious capacity. I've enjoyed it. Nameless Coder says, thanks. It looks like a really good book. Reku replying to checks. Gotta ask some other AI than ChatGPT. That's right. Proton, thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you for the raid. Shout out to Proton, folks. Be sure to give Proton a follow. Amazing, legendary streamer, my friends. Absolutely wonderful music, composer, coder, Commodore 64, working in assembly. It's amazing to watch him work. Let's see here. Welcome. Ooh, sauna time for Proton. Enjoy the sauna, my friend. All right, so XD was asking about Markov chains. We're gonna look at just the general idea of how Markov chains work. So the idea is this. You would feed it, you'd train it. Or what are we trying to do? So a Markov chain, can we make a bot that acts like a human, right? With speech. All right. So this would be what's called a natural language processing, NLP. Spire says, Lance replying to Spire says, I look forward to seeing you dive into that game engine. I started my first project, space-based 4X strategy game without knowing how to make a menu, dove into it. Oh, okay, good. XD, if it's copyright free stuff, perfect, perfect. I apologize. I wasn't sure. I was just trying to make sure that we're not promoting theft. I don't want to get myself in trouble. All right, can we make a bot that acts like a human with speech? So one of the things, like, well, you know, so you got to ask the question, what makes something seem human? Right? So you might ask, well, what makes something seem human? And one way to do it is look at human speech patterns. Right? So one way you might look at human speech patterns and say, okay, well, I'm going to let's take all human writing. All right, so let me try and slow down my writing here so you can take all written text and say this is what a human sounds like. All right, so that's one thing you do. So take all written text, say this is what a human sounds like. So this is a really hard question to answer. Is what does this question, what makes something seem human? Turns out that's a really, really hard question to answer. What makes something seem human when we read it? How do we know whether or not it's a human? So one idea would say, well, let's take all the things humans say and use that to say, well, if we sound like, if we produce something that sounds like that, then we probably are pretty close to a human. So Markov chain works this way. It says, so we take all the text and we might imagine a sentence called, the cat sat on the wall. Okay. And so we take all of these words and we create a big histogram, a big table that says, okay, well, we've seen the word the. The is followed by cat one time. Cat is followed by sat one time. Sat is followed by on one time. The is followed by wall one time. So the word the has two outcomes. It can either be followed by cat or it can be followed by wall. Those are the two things that the can be followed by. If we see the word the, if we're a human, there's a 50-50 chance in all of the outcomes that we've ever looked at, there's a 50-50 chance that it's either going to be cat or wall. It's a cat or wall. Okay? So you do this and you say, well, I'm going to examine all text that's ever been written, and then now we have a what's called a probability table. So the can be followed by all of these different words. What are the different words we could be followed by? The. Okay, and then the number of times we say that's the percent chance that we're going to be followed by that thing. So this is like the very, very simple. So you might end up with cat, 25% of the time, and the word wall 10% of the time. And then you go through and say, okay, well, I'm on the word the. I just said the word the. What should I say next? And so you just generate a random chance and follow this chain until you get to something that says, well, wall is followed by an end. In this case, 100% of the time. So, and when we see a dot, we're done. This is called our end sequence. And you can imagine taking this in and saying, okay, well, we do it word by word. That's fine. What if we do it by every 2 words? What if we do it by every 3 words? What if we do it by every 4 words? And that's what ChatGPT is doing. It's actually saying, well, look at all of the previous context that we have. And what is the most likely thing that comes next? What are the chances of this next thing coming? And roll a die and pick the thing. And so it's using this huge corpus, this huge body of text to do generation. So that's the general idea with the Markov chain approach. Nameless speech. Don't all humans also have different speech patterns, and someone in the US might speak different than someone can? Absolutely. This is why this question is so hard. Nameless goes, would the percentage change based on the previous words too? Yes. So that's exactly what I was saying. You might say, okay, well, instead of doing it word by word, what if we do it sentence by sentence? So you start off, you generate a sentence, and you go back and say, okay, well, now my input, what comes after? I say the cat sat on the wall. What's the most likely thing to happen next? What are the different percentages? What are the options I could choose at that point to make myself seem human? And this is like a very dumbed down version of what ChatGPT is doing. They're doing a bunch more stuff on top of this. But they're trying to ask what makes something seem human. And they're doing a bunch of other things in natural language processing. But the general idea is this. Take the previous things I've said, and what is the most, like, what are some things that a human might say that a human had said in the past that would make sense after this? And so this is one of those things. Let me open up my OpenAI so you can see let me get OpenAI open here. You can actually see the different types of knobs, the different controls that you have. Droid X, Droid XO81. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Droid X081. Thank you for the follow on Droid X081. Thank you, my friend. Welcome aboard, Droid X. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Good morning, good afternoon, and evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. And we are learning to code, grow together. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep it family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. We were asked about Markov chains, not Markov chains. We were asked about how do we generate text? How do we generate text? I can't, OpenAI is making it really hard to log in these days. 1 second. So let's look at, Check says, Captain's highly overqualified to be a Twitcher and not just coding, but the singing as well. Look, Checks. Anybody can sing. Some do it just in the shower. Some do it just when they're streaming. I happen to be both of those types. All right, so if we look at ChatGPT, we can kind of see, oh, it's definitely using a Markov chain model. So depending on which model you pick, this is like, well, what has it been trained on? So this one has been trained on lots of human speech, and basically this one's been trained on the internet. So it's taken all the stuff on the internet, and temperature, look at this, controls randomness. If we put this at 1, it says pick the best option at every point. If we lower this, it says, all right, only pick options that have a point, like that are within the top 50% of options, but randomly select those. So this lets us change how we're going to select the choice when we do Markov. Maximum length says how big of previous tokens do we need to look at. So when we say something like write a story about a dog on a log in a bog eating a frog, right? You do something like that. ChatGPT is not using a Markov chain to analyze this. It says, okay, well, what is this? What is the essence of this? What does this mean? And then it like sort of builds out, has all these other models inside that say, okay, write a story about a frog on there. It's trained by like all of the content on the internet. That's why you'll get bad information from ChatGPT. But then notice as this story gets longer, it gets slower and slower. It's using like the entire previous prompt. If I keep making it bigger, let me check the maximum length. It gets slower and slower. Tell me more. ITC Studios, welcome back. It's gonna get slower and slower. And the reason it has a maximum length of 45, tell me more. It is using all of the previous text it's generated to generate more text rather than doing it one word at a time. And so this is just like, they're definitely doing Markov chain stuff here. I draw Markov chain and then a bunch of extra stuff. So notice it's starting to slow down now as it gets longer. And it's just because the model, yeah. So you can't, I've ran out. Please reduce your prompt length. It's using the whole prompt there to generate more. All right, but I hope, XD, I hope that kind of answered your question. Thank you for asking, my friend. Thank you for asking. Daniel, Daniel, I'm so glad you're here. I have missed you in the stream. Daniel, my friend, it's so nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Checksbar says AI training off the internet is just like all those delinquent students in the 90s using Wikipedia in their school papers. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's so nice to have you here, ITC Studios. Anyone who doesn't know, ITC Studios is a streamer creating an indie game called Anomaly. Look at that pixel art. I need to make that pixel art last longer. It's not long enough. It's not long enough. You gotta go check out Wound Me. I say Wound Me. I always want to pronounce it. Check out ITC Studios, folks. Give her some love. Awesome stream. Daniel says, I'm doing okay at my grandma's house. It's her birthday. Well, happy birthday to Daniel grandma. Happy birthday to you. No problem, ITC. Happy to give you a shout out. Happy to give you a shout out. And thanks so much for being here. Asking about, okay, so let's see if we get back on topic. We've done nothing today. We've done nothing. But what have we been working on? I have a little blog in case you've missed it. In case you haven't seen all the videos, which I don't expect anyone to see it all, but I do try and keep a little blog to track what we're doing. Or at this time, I'm trying to keep a little blog. I'm trying to keep a little blog here. Alette says, that is an awesome shout out, isn't it? Look, that art is beautiful. That art is so good. But we're trying to make a crafting system. We're on day 7. Yesterday, day 6, we did happen. Captain needs a focus mode reward. Yeah. Luckily, so I'm letting myself be a little distracted because we've actually finished all the things on this project that I wanted to accomplish. So we wired up our recipe database yesterday so we can move things around in the grid. If you put them on a spot, they swap. You can't put them in the illegal spots, so you can specify illegal spots. And when you click combine, it actually finds the correct recipe and combines them together. All right. We also implemented like a little database scanner to be able to locate all of our recipes for us. You just click this button and it finds all your recipes and loads them up into your database. So you don't have to manually do it. That was something that'd be a real pain and a really easy way to mess something up. And so we just made it have a little scan for recipes button we can click to get them. So that's where we're at. What am I wanting to work on today? Well, this UI is not responsive. If I change my screen resolution, it gets real bad. It gets real bad. It's no good, folks. It's no good. Then the smaller I get, the worse it gets. And so my goal, one of the things I want to try and get done today, we'll see what we can get done. We're approaching our first break here. And I've done nothing. That's not true. I've had a lot of fun talking about various topics. We talked about object-oriented programming. We talked about Markov chains. Yeah. So XD, if you were here for the dungeon crawler, the dungeon generator, I was using a Markov chain to generate my dungeon. So it just wasn't trained on any data. So I had preset the Markov chain. The idea would be to potentially examine a bunch of dungeons that I think are cool and say generate dungeons like this one, and then it can have a little program go in and pull out and extract the probabilities. I don't know if you saw on stream last week when we were doing the procedurally generated dungeon, but it was essentially using a Markov chain to do that as well. Lance says, holy snap, I have a lot of passwords to go through from the look of it. This is day 7, absolutely fantastic. Yes, today is day 7. And I tried, like I said, I made this blog to give you a rough overview of the stuff we did so you can try and find specific, glimpses inside of each one of those. So I know I'm going back to watch the whole videos a lot. But yeah, enjoy it. I hope you do. All right, so I'm trying to make this UI scale nicely. So I would like it in my free aspect to resize a little nicer. So to get this to work, I think I need in my UI editor, I think I need to make these different components accessible so I can play around with what they look like on the fly. So right now in my UI builder, I don't see those components being added in here. And so I think I want to go back and make these components project-based components that I can drag in there to play with, and make my grid itself sort of duplicate this grid so I can play around with the different components. So crafting grid, container, and I'm gonna just call this playground. So as I edit this thing, it's sort of the same. Why is that way? That's fascinating to me. Match game window. I can play around with this without breaking it and then figure out what are the different styling options that I actually need here. So I'm gonna see if I can get those components to show up as project components here. We kind of had a thing that did that before, and I just don't exactly remember how to do it. So we might need to pull up that tutorial again to add that code. I took it out because I was, this is all right. So we have grid rows though. So we have grid rows now, we have crafting slot result and crafting container slot. Yeah, I removed it. There was a spot down at the bottom. Let me pull up that tutorial. So Mooniz had recommended this great tutorial that we were using here. This tutorial shows us how to do a drag and drop inventory, and I used this to build the original UI part of it. And so I just want to come down here and find the code that's going to help me add this to, let's see, there was a little bit of a thing here. This code allows me to add this specifically to the UI options in the XML, in the UXML portion. This should be crafting container slot, like that. 75 minutes was our last break. That's what I'm saying. This here is saying must be non-abstract with a public. Let's see, is this actually a real error? My guess would be something's not right here. Interesting. Must be non-abstract with public parameter constructor in order to use it as a parameter on crafting container slot. I don't quite understand what this is saying. Generate overrides. It wants me to do this? Is that what it wants me to do? No. We had this before and it didn't mind. Crafting container slot. Must be, I think it means you can't use the parameters in there. Yeah, so I don't understand why I can't use these parameters though. So what I'm trying to understand is why it won't let me use those parameters. Must be a non-abstract type. Crafting container slot must be a non-abstract type with a public parameters. Oh, it's saying that I need a parameterless constructor. It's saying I can only use this if I have a constructor container slot like this. It's saying it needs to be able to know how to construct this without providing parameters. So that is what it was. The new keyword there is saying that we are specifically, so this is just saying that this name matches this name. And so if I did this, I could change this to be UMXL crafting containers lot UXML factory. The new allows me to name these two classes the same thing. I don't know why it really wants that. I think there's some like name spacing stuff that makes it convenient to have that, so you don't have to like come up with a new name. I don't know for sure what the real benefit of that is. In this case, I should set position equal to 0, 0, I suppose. I don't think this matters all that much. And container equals, come on, contain, oh, it's because it's underscore container equals new crafting container of item data. Default, we'll call it workbench for crafting category wood. All right, so just make sure that those are initialized like that, so I can drop those in there. Okay, so this should add an asset that I can add to things here. Custom controls, crafting container slot. So now I can say, okay, well, what is it gonna look like if I were to add crafting slots to this slot container? All right, so we can kind of, I guess we can't really see it. Crafting slot in there. But yeah, we can add crafting slot containers in there. And these, I guess, I think I have to make it so that it gets these things as well. 1 second. So I want to do this just so I can sort of preview what it's going to look like. And I guess I got to do a new image here like this. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if this reloads properly or if I have to do something special. There we go. So now we get that styling applied. So my goal is to make it so that I can add these things in. All right, so I got my slot container. Really, these get added to rows, and then those rows have stuff in them. So I need to do the same thing for my grid row. Chex is off to sleep, my friend. Have a beautiful night, my friend. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. As always, keep on coding, Chex. Keep growing. Have yourself a beautiful night. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Thanks for hanging out. So our grid row has one of these as well. So the reason we're using new here is because, oh, well, I'm going to have a bunch of these factories, and this is just an inner one. So really, this is grid row.uxml factory. Since it's internal, it gets added in there for us. I don't know if I need the grid row inner, because this one should create an inner automatically. I'm going to see what happens if I get a grid row now. This should actually be a grid row. But I want to play around with building this way, and then I can play with the styling without having to be in play mode. So the idea is my slot container has grid rows. And so let's give it 4 grids. Oops, give it 4 grids. Cool. So it does automatically add that grid row inner for us. Grid row, grid row. Grid row. I don't know why this one is highlighted. And then these each in their inner have crafting slots. So we'll put 4. Ooh, can I not access that? That's fascinating. That nameless coder, that's right. So this is saying I technically don't have to have this here. And this would say, oh, by the way, you are shadowing. You are hiding this class name by doing this. So the new keyword says, yeah, I know. The new keyword said, yeah, I know I meant to do that. So that's why we're doing that there. Then we have another one here internally. And this one would be for our grid row inner. So I'm curious if this is what Tuber says. Sunday fun day. That's right, my friend. Sunday fun day. Coding with Captain Coder. Learning about some UXML, seeing if we can do some fun stuff here. So I'm really curious if I make that something we can access. Can I put things inside of it now? Doesn't look like we can. Ooh, that's really annoying. So I want to be able to put things inside of that explicitly, because that's essentially how when I add items to it, that's what's happening. That's really, 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 really frustrating and annoying. Royalty Dub says, I'm in a play this week. Ooh, like a theater play? Is it a known play, or is it like a play that your school or your production came up with? Tuber, I'm not sure if I asked, but how are you on this beautiful Sunday, my friend? Hi, ISQ, do-do-do, do-do. Hi, ISQ, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Hi, ISQ, welcome to the crew. Hi, ISQ, how are you? How are you? How are you? Hi, ISQ, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. So nice to see you today. If you didn't know, Captain Coder is me is Captain Coder, and me is a computer science educator, computer programming teacher. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, feel free to ask. Questions are always welcome here. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged, my friend. We're learning to code and grow and learn about Unity right now all together. So thank you for being here and welcome aboard. Tuber says, I'm doing well. I don't have anyone I normally watch on Sunday, so this is a treat. Well, I'm glad to treat you. I'm glad to give you a treat, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us. But yeah, Royalty Duds, I'm backstage, but my sister has one of the main parts. Awesome. Are you part of the stage crew? Are you like working lights? You helping people with costume changes? That sounds really cool. Oh, it's Annie. It's a hard knock life, my friends. You know, instead of kicking, we get kicked. Tuber says, I think to get your code work, you need to delete system 32. Let me try that. You can't boozle me, Tuber. You can't boozle the captain. You can't boozle a boozeler. Nice try, my friend. Nice try. You're in charge of changing scenes. Awesome. Royku says, format C is a nice function too. I'm being boozled. You're being boozled. That's right. From the orphanage to Mr. Warbucks' house. Gotcha. That sounds fascinating and interesting. This is really quite annoying. I might not have had enough reallys there, but I decided to truncate it for brevity purposes. Yeah, this is trying to get this to look a little bit nicer is harder than I thought. It was gonna be. I guess, okay, so really, I don't need these two things to be something we can create. Let's get rid of this and this. This is just a container inside there. So we're gonna emulate our grid row instead. All right, so I don't need a grid row. I'm just gonna emulate it instead. And to emulate it, all I gotta do, leave me with some labels. Okay, so what I need to do is, these are just visual elements. You'll notice it's just a visual element with another visual element that has specific classes added to it. So in our slot container, I'm gonna add this in here. Royku says it's time for a nap and then bean water. So enjoy your nap, my friend. I hope you feel better. I'm so sad that you're not feeling well, and I hope you feel better soon, my friend. Have a good nap, and please take care of yourself. Grid row. So we're gonna call this grid row, and then the grid row is going to have the class grid row attached to it. So grid row. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. No, Royku, thank you. No problem. I'm here having fun. Enjoying myself. This is a good time, and I wouldn't have as much fun if it weren't for you. So thank you for being here with me. Tuber Tech says, new string really 100 times. Yeah, well, really. Add style to class. So we add a grid row there, and then inside of this is our inner, rename this, hang on. This is our grid row inner. So I'm gonna call this inner. So this is our actual row. And the style is grid row inner, like that. All right, so now I should be able to add in my crafting slots to this thing. Yes. 2, 3, 4. And the idea then is I want to just take a look at trying to get these to scale properly. Notice they're going off. Okay, cool. So now I can play around with the styling without having to hit the play mode over and over. And what I want to do is this container, if stuff starts going outside of it, I want it to scale down. So I want to play around with how to make the stuff inside of it scale. And so I'm wondering if we can just add a scaling option to the internal stuff. Transform, scale. Can we scale the inner stuff down? 0.5, 0.5. Oh, we can't scale that. Ooh, that kind of worked. But it scaled this outside thing, so it might make sense actually. All right, so let's make this thing be 1, 1. It might make sense to add one more thing inside of this to be inside of our slot container. And that thing knows how to scale itself to take up the correct space, or either that or these rows need to know how to scale themselves so that they have a max width. Let's see what we can play around with overflow. So we can do, if we do overflow hidden on these, it hides the overflow. This is an interesting thought. If anyone's ever used the UI toolkit that has some suggestions for me, I'd love to take them. Because I'm doing what I call my flounder coding right now. And I don't know if it's coding all that much because it's UI stuff. Name so wouldn't you need a variable and then you could do something along the screen size. My idea here is to hopefully get the inherited size of my slot container and scale myself to that. That said, we just reached our 90-minute points. I do need to take a break. Tuber says flounder coding is most coding. That's true. It's, we're in a learning process here. All right, so we've been going for 90 minutes. I got to take a break. I got to get myself a little bit more bean water, folks. When we come back, we're going to keep working. We're going to keep coding. We're going to keep growing. But most importantly, we're going to do some stretches when we get back. So get ready for that. Get yourself ready for some stretches. If you know what I'm going to say. You gotta bear with me while I get my coffee. Get your bear in the room. Your bear's gonna stretch with us. Maybe get your dog, get your cat, get your goldfish, get your roommate, get your mom, get your dad, get your cousin, get your uncle, get your niece, get your nephew. Get them all up in the room with us here because we are gonna stretch. We're gonna stretch. And when we stretch, we feel good. So I shall return. Hang tight, everybody. Don't go anywhere. All right, folks, thank you so much for bearing with me. I hope your bear didn't get too aggressive and eat you. I hope you're still out there. I hope your bear didn't maul you. I apologize if I told you to grab a bear and something terrible happened. But, you know, I take no responsibility for any actions you take outside of the stream. Everything I say should be taken with a grain of salt, folks. If you have a bear, probably not a good idea to bring it into your room to stretch with you, unless it's a trained bear. In that case, let's get to it, folks. Let's get to it. Name is code. Can I send a link in chat that might be helpful for your resizing issue? I think you might need to use something called Canvas Scaler. If it were, I don't know if that is what works for the UI, new UI toolkit, but I'd love to check it out. So I'm going to add in, one sec, nameless coder. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes of immunity from the Stream Elements bot, my friend. But everyone, if you're like me, hey, I see you back there sitting down. You in the back. Pay attention. Pay attention. We're going to do some stretching, folks. If you're like me, you're hunched over on your computer like a programming troll. If you're a programming troll like the captain, well, you got to take care of yourself. Get on up. You got to get on up. You got to stretch it out and take care of it. You got to get that blood flowing. So everyone get on up here. Guacamole, guacamole, guacamole. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Guacamole, your blah, 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 blah. I messed up the song. Guacamole, I'm so sorry. Guacamole, your username makes me so hungry. I could eat some guacamole today. Guacamole, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. What a beautiful name. What a wonderful name. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. You came at just the right time. We're going to get some stretches in. So get on up, stand on up. And then we got, I'm not sure how to pronounce the name, but we're going to go with Whale. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. A whale, welcome to the crew. A whale, I'm sorry about the pronunciation. This is a PG stream, so I don't know how to say your name. I hope your name's not too inappropriate, but I welcome thee. Welcome to the crew, A whale. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. I hope you're having a beautiful day wherever you happen to be in the world. But we're going to do some stretching, folks. We're going to do some stretching. Go on and get on up with me. We're going to take care of our bodies. And Whale says, it's just a dumb pun. I combined, asexual and whale together. Gotcha. So a non-sexual whale. Is it okay if I call you just Whale? Would that be okay? I don't know if that's appropriate for you or not. All right, everybody, real quick, taking a deep breath. Keep on breathing normally, but taking a deep breath, stretch up, get on those tiptoes, reach up as high as you can. We're going to hold this for 20 seconds. Breathe normally. If you need to put your feet a little further apart to maintain that balance, do it. But you got to take care of your body. We're going to get that blood flowing, folks. Doesn't it feel good? Should feel good. All right, hold it for another 5 seconds, and we're going to take a deep breath. Inhale. As you exhale, slowly roll down. You're going to hinge at your hips. You're going to hang. Just hang. If you can't touch your toes, that's okay. You don't need to touch your toes. Just hang as far as you can. You're stretching out your lower back and your glutes here. Just hang there for 20 seconds. Breathe normally. Breathe normally, just in and out. But if you're a programming troll like me, you're at a computer all day, and your body's developing these RSIs, you're doing damage to your body by not getting up and moving around. So we're gonna do some stretches together, folks. I can't believe this, folks. I've been doing this every day for about a month. I can touch my toes. This is blowing my mind. I don't know the last time I was able to bend down and touch my toes like this. So it's totally working. It's awesome. It's lovely. All right. We're gonna breathe in slowly for 4 seconds. Breathe in. 2. Shoulders up, back down. Breathe out. And we're gonna do shoulder rolls and back. 2, 3, 4 with the elbows. Lo-fi craft, oh my goodness, I'm so sorry I missed you. Happy Sunday, my friend. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad. Full arms, we're going forward. 2, I forgot to make my text big. 4 with the elbows. 2, 3, 4, full arms. So it's a little hard to read from where I am. 2, 3, 4. Lo-Fi Craft. Everyone shake it out. Shake it out. Lo-Fi Craft. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. 4, my mistake, my friend. I was so distracted by the singing. Here, 500 points, Lo-Fi Craft. I'm so sorry that I missed you there. Welcome back, Lo-Fi Craft. I love having you here. How is your game coming along? How is your game coming along? Got those shoulder rolls in, folks. Let me get this text a little bit better so I can see it. A little bit bigger so I can see it. There we go. Good. Did you get your phone stuff worked out? All right, so now we're gonna do some rotations back and forth. Arms up at the side. Just rotate slowly back and forth. You don't want to snap too hard. If you're going fast, you can easily pull something, but we're stretching. This is coming up the side and the back all the way up. Rotate back and forth. As you get to the side, just add a little bit more tension. If it hurts, you're definitely doing it too hard. It shouldn't hurt. It should feel nice getting that blood flowing. All right, do this. Now we're gonna start bringing those arms up higher. Now you lean back and forth into it. Get a little bit extra stretchage. Oh yeah. And if you need to pull your shirt down like I do so you're not exposing that midriff, do so. Sorry for that. A little bit embarrassing here, folks. I apologize. Oh yeah. Shake it out, folks. We're gonna hop back into some coding. But happy Sunday, everybody. Thank you so much for being here, for joining me in those stretches. You know, it's almost the least. The least I could do would be nothing. But for joining me in those stretches, and I know you did. Everyone here, all of you, 150 points. 50 points to all of you. 50 points to all of you for joining me in the stretch. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for making my morning bright, and I hope you're having a wonderful time. We're not back into this. Nameless Coder sent some links. Thank you, Nameless Coder. So trying to get the scaling working. I think it might be referring to the canvas type stuff here. Let's take a look. Resizing UI accordance. Yeah, so this is the old UI system. So I'm not using the canvas system for this one, Nameless Coder. I'm actually using the new UI system. So it's a little bit different. So this is Unity UI. I'm using UI Toolkit. And so it's their new system. So one of the things here is it specifically says, I'm using 2022. It specifically says, so this is us playing around with the toolkit. Although Unity recommends using UI Toolkit for some new UI development projects, it's still missing features found in these other ones. So this is something that we just might not be able to use just yet, or we might have to find a hacky way to do it. And so I'm just one of my learning goals on this project, for anyone who doesn't know, anyone who's just tuning in, we're working on a crafting system. This is day 7. This is the last day. This is the last day of this project. But one of the things that we said at the very beginning, one of my learning goals was to learn about the new UI toolkit to evaluate it, see how I like it. There's things I really, really like about it as far as like niceties and getting it set up. But this little thing, the scaling stuff, I don't like so much. Lance says, just moved a dozen pieces of luggage away from the water main. That's a good idea. I guess I could say I'm on the case. But good joke, my friend. Good joke. Nameless Coder says, what will your next project be? I'm not 100% sure just yet. We have a couple project suggestions. Tech skill tree seems like a good, really fun. Inventory, I'm currently leaning a little heavy for inventory. So next week, I forgot you again, Nameless Coder. I'm so sorry. It says I'm getting there to 18K. You're almost there. Yeah, 2,298 points. Not bad, my friend. You're getting there. I'm so sorry I keep missing you. There's just so much going on, Nameless. So much going on, Lo-Fi. And it's not you, it's me. I promise. It's not you, it's me being distracted. But what's a streamer if not a distracted person, right? So, but our next project, I'm kind of leaning towards this inventory system. So here are my constraints for the project for next week. I'm only going to be streaming 5 days next week. Yeah, I know it's said. I won't be streaming tomorrow, and I won't be streaming on Friday. So there's only going to be 5 streams next week, which really shrinks down the amount of time I can spend on it. Tech skill tree, inventory, are sort of the things that I'm leaning towards right now, as far as what I could get done. And so I kind of, want to do the inventory system since we've been building out this crafting system. And I think it would be nice to sort of see, can I build an inventory system that's separate from the crafting system and then integrate them together easily? So I've built this library for my crafting system. Can I build a library for, quiet you, reset, break. Can I do that? Proton Captain doing boxes too. I saw Black Grid. Yeah, trying to get this to scale. So Namascore, did that kind of answer your question? That said, if you have a project you'd like to see me do, if anyone wants to suggest a project, we try and do a new project every week, every 2 weeks. Sometimes some projects require 2 weeks. The next one might require 2 weeks as well. Feel free to hop on the Discord and suggest it, because I would love to see I love if people want to see something. If I can figure out a way to make it learn something that we can do in a week, 2 weeks, absolutely, put it in. Royal C-Dub says, can we do a Steam game? I've never put anything on Steam. That'd be cool. So one of my ideas was, we gotta be able to do it in 2 weeks. Gotta be able to do it in under 2 weeks. So what could we put together? A Steam game, my marble game, Crazy Marble. Something we might try and do is, can we take the Crazy Marble game we already made, sort of build a level editor for it, and then see if we can get that on Steam with a Steam workshop so people can add custom levels. Can we make a moddable game and get that on Steam? That could be a whole 2 week project there. I would love to do that. That sounds like a cool idea. But yeah, there's lots of different things. It's creating a coding language. I have some ideas for this one. I think I'm gonna make a game. So Taurus King said, can we make a game called Captain Coder, where you move a side scroll and you collect blocks of code? So I really like this idea of a block coding language, right? And so I might actually combine these to create a coding language and the Captain Coder game. So make a coding language. So it'd be like, create a coding language and then turn it into a video game where, rather than just being like a drag and drop coding language, there are like spots in the environment where you can put blocks of code, and those blocks of code, you can like program those and drop them in, and it causes the world to change. I think that would be a super fun project that would let me create a coding language and also do a game. So there's different ideas, lots and lots of ideas. So feel free to suggest your ideas on the Discord. If you have them, I'd love to know what you guys are interested in seeing. Okay, so we got our grid here. I would like this to scale a little nicer. I'm thinking I could put another visual element. So I'm gonna add another visual element here. And this visual element, I'm actually gonna move all of these inside of that. Can I do that? Wouldn't it be really hard to make your own coding language? Turns out it's not that hard to make a very simple coding language. I have done it. So in grad school, and even in undergrad, actually, I was super into, there's something called programming language design. And I've actually made several programming languages. As a grad student, I worked on several compilers. I've contributed to compilers. I've written my own compilers. So that's something that I'm pretty good at. So for me, making a coding language wouldn't be that big of a learning process for me, but making a block language would be. I've never made a block language. So that would be interesting to do. And then turn it into a video game would be really cool. Turns out it's not that hard to make a programming language. It's hard to make a really robust programming language. That's right, Namus coded a full language like C# or Java is pretty hard, but making a simple program language, not so much. Proton says, here are my boxes. Let's check out your boxes, Proton. Thank you for the link. Thank you for the link. What do we got? Let's see if it's gonna, ads. Quiet you, ad, go away. I'll let that load off screen for a moment. A-Whale says, would a node-based language be easier than a block one, something like Unreal's Blueprints? That's sort of what I have in mind. Something like that. I'm calling it a block-based language, so it's a language where you like drag and drop things together. But the idea is that it'd be like a platformer, side-scrolling platformer, where you actually go collect the blocks in the world. Are we back? Are we back? Hello, can you hear me? Proton sabotaging the stream. We're back. Proton, I don't know why it crashed my stream like that. I think it was just like a poorly timed minor internet outage there. But now it won't load at all. Here it goes. Let's watch these boxes again, Proton. Proton's so hardcore. Look at this. Look at how hardcore that looks cool. Your boxes are much cooler than my boxes, Proton. I can't help but be absolutely impressed. Look at this code that Proton's writing. Let's see, can we go back? Look, Proton's writing in assembly, which is just like mind-boggling to me. Can we get just some assembly on the screen, please? Look at this. This is what Proton's writing in here. Magic assembly using this is Commodore 64. Awesome stuff, Proton. Thank you for sharing. Your boxes are much prettier than my boxes. Shidey says, sup, buddy? Shidey Games, welcome back, my friend. So happy to see you again. Shidey Games, how are we doing today? How are you on this beautiful Sunday? I hope it's a beautiful Sunday for you. We got so many people to shout out here today. Real quick, I got to give a shout out to our very own Art. Art is a game developer creating a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet. The Warlock's Gauntlet, a swords and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash. Art, incredible streamer. Did that chat go through? Did that chat actually show up? Hang on. Something's going on here. My Firebot's not connected now. Something's wacky. Something's wacky, but Art is making an awesome game. He's building his own engine, folks, in C++. My favorite stream. I know I always say this, but Art's stream is actually, I don't say this for anyone else. Art, your stream is my favorite stream. I love watching your code. I love your thought process. Goblins Inc. Welcome, my friend, to the crew where we are growing and learning together. Goblins Inc., my friend, I say thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard, my friend. How are you? Goblins Inc., thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. We also got Siggoolilolu, how are you? How are you? Siggoolilolu, how are you, my friend? Siggoolilolu, how are you, my friend? Thank you for the follow today, Siggoolilolu. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly or not. Such an interesting name. If I'm pronouncing it wrong, I'd like to get it right, but welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. And then we also got Iced Flame X. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to thank you for the follow. Iced Flame X. Welcome to the crew. How are you today? Iced Flame X. How are you, my friend? Iced Flame X. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday, everybody. We got a lot of new people here. I hope you're having a fabulous day wherever you are in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you're new here, Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and me, this guy right here, am a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14. We're here learning and coding and growing together. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding is highly encouraged. Tuber says, is there a new Unity package? In 2022, it's built in. I think in 2021, you have to add it. It's the UI toolkit. Roku says, maybe the stream category should be changed to just singing. Yeah, just singing. That's right. You know, the more follows we get, the more singing there is. So if you want more singing, you know how to do it. You know what to do. All right, so I made this visual element, and now these sort of are chunking together in here. What's the difference here? Slot container. I'm gonna make my slot container. Why? Oh, so I want to look at slot container. Let's look at the slot container USS. Mode, CSS. All right, let's close that side there. Slot, no, Control F, slot container. Flex 1, background, direction wrap, flex wrap, justify content. Okay. Tuber says, I better flounder in the new kit as well. I'm unfamiliar, but it looks better than the old stack container class. So there are things I like about it. There are things I don't like about it. But I think some of the things I may not like about it just might be me being unfamiliar with it. Tuber says, I hope UXML is similar to XAML, which I'm familiar with. It's similar to, it looks a lot like HTML. So if we were to open this up here, this playground one, they have this nice editor for it, but you can also, let me open it up here. Like this. Lance says, this has been a truly wonderful stream to wake up to. It's 6 a.m. I have the sink and water main cleared out. It's going to go back to bed, but now I'm inspired to get some coding. That's what we're here for, Lance. I'm so happy to hear you're inspired to keep coding, keep growing, having a good time. That's what we do. I call this Wake Up and Code. I've been doing this for many, many years. I started streaming myself during the advent of code in December, and then I had so much fun. The community is so nice, and it just sort of stuck. So it is similar to that. It's just XML this way. So you could come in here and play around with it this way. Royko, I thought you were going to take yourself a little nap, my friend. I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. Keeps you alive. I'm glad I'm keeping you alive, Royko. I don't want you to not be alive. I want you to be very much alive. Everyone here, I want you all to be very much alive. So what am I want this to scale. When I put this inside of that, all right, so this should be similar to this. All right, so if I were to make this also, let's do slot container. There we go. I want instead the size of this. Visibility, hidden, opacity. I do like that. Look, you can control the whole opacity of like an entire thing. So if I wanted my crafting container to be like opaque, I could do that. That's cool too. Roku says, I already took a 15-minute nap, and before that I took a 30-minute one. Good. Take care of yourself, my friend. Do your best. Whale says, I'm currently working on my first Unreal Engine game. Used to use Unity for like 2 years. Unreal is fun, not gonna lie. I have so many, yes. I wanna play around with Unreal. I wanna play around with all of these things. This is like my first real steps into game development. I've just having so much fun. I have years and years of programming, haven't done a whole lot of game development, and this has just been so much fun. I'm like really getting into it. I want to play around with Godot. I want to play around with Unreal. I have all sorts of things planned, my friends, and we're doing it together. You, me, and the crew. You, me, and the crew. Ice Flame says, I just started learning Unity and C# about a week ago, so I'm kind of new about all this. Ice Flame, let me ask you, do you have any programming experience prior to that? I always recommend the C# Player's Guide is the book I recommend for anyone getting into C#. It's really, really important, in my opinion, if you don't have any programming background, to spend 20 to 40 hours, a couple weeks just learning programming in general, and then you're going to have a much better time in Unity land. That's in game development land in general. Okay, so this thing, I want to play around with these. A-Well says, honestly, people oversell Unreal's difficulty. I've actually heard that it's great. I haven't heard anyone say that it was difficult. Lance says, if you are sick, you should be sleeping. I hear my mother from time to time. If you're too sick to code, you're too sick to watch the internet. Go to bed if you're too sick to code, you're too sick to watch the internet. That's a good. I like that. That's really funny to me. I want everything to shrink. I want everything to shrink inside of this. Size, okay, so this is gonna be, oh, I have the wrong thing selected. Hang on, this visual element. It's gonna be 100%, 100%. So it's gonna take up, so not pixels, 100%, 100%. So it should take up the whole content of that. But I want it to scale the content inside. Or can I make it auto? Hang on. Can we switch this to auto? Auto doesn't make it take up the whole space. So that's, I want it to wrap all of that. Oh no. What just happened? Okay. I hit Control Z and it's like undo everything. I don't know what Control Z did, but it seemed to get rid of everything. So I had made this have our slot container on it. All right, so the idea is I want these. Okay. We're thinking through this. The internal elements here. This grid row. Shai says, the more I see this, the more I hate this UI component thing. UIs are just hard. That's what it really comes down to. I thought it was really, really nice initially to get set up. One of the things that is really, really nice about it is I don't have to fill up my whole scene with a bunch of stuff and manage it in the hierarchy here. Instead, I do it in this UI tool, and then in the inspector, I specify, hey, this is the UI I want to do. Dramulx says, I wonder how much more performant is UI Toolkit. Dramulx, my suspicion is that it seems to be using a version of Chrome under like a web browser to render it. So it's going to be as efficient as a web browser. That's my guess. I don't know, though, for sure. I studied not much. I started learning C++ a few months ago, but stopped because I got busy. So I understand the basics of programming, so it hasn't been too hard for me to learn so far. Gotcha. Well, good to hear. Mastered Chaos, the leg. Welcome back, my friend. So nice to see you. Dramulx with the horror face. If it's as good as a web browser, doesn't Chrome use up all of the resources? That's true. Master Chaos, what's crafting? Are you asking what are we crafting or what is crafting? We are building a crafting system. We're on day 7. We managed to put together a crafting toolkit for very simple. So here is, I have a little blog for anyone who's missed out on it, but you're welcome to check out the blog to get caught up a little bit. But what do we have? This is from yesterday. We have a crafting kit. We can specify different layouts to this grid. So this grid is not set. You can specify this in the inspector. You can say, like, what are the different layouts that we want to do? What are the different recipes that we want this specific crafting container to be able to do? So you can have 2-dimensional grids. Some of the spots can be turned off, so you can't put things in these spots. You can drag things around in it. You can swap positions. And when you click combine, it actually looks up recipes based on what's in there and gives you the results. So that's what we have so far. So that's essentially what we wanted to do on this project, is get that working. And then the idea that I'm doing now is, well, I want it to be a little bit more responsive. So when I run this, if my UI is not the exact resolution I specified, it looks horrific. All right, so it looks fine at HD, but if I'm in free aspect, it scales poorly. So I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to make this scale nicely? Master Chaos, yes, exactly. Says that's cool. So something similar to Minecraft, exactly. So we're doing shapeless recipes in Minecraft. I would love to at some point add in shaped recipes, but we're not doing that currently. Tuber says, I was inspired to start a Unity project, but after starting, I got lazy. Now there's an open project on my desktop calling me to stop procrastinating. Just get Shia LaBeouf style. Just do it. Don't let your dreams be dreamed, Tuber. Royku says, I don't do assembly. I can do a little bit of basic. I was dreaming of remaking a C64-like game using Game Maker. Gotcha. Tuber says, stretch anchors are your friend. This is using the UI toolkit, though. I'm using the UI toolkit, and so I don't have access to that. The old Canvas system, I would have been able to do this a little bit differently, but we're using the UI toolkit. So we're trying to figure out how to do it using UI toolkit. Yeah, Mastercast, this is shapeless recipes right now. That was one of the things that we set out in our initial was, so when we did our design document, we said, well, we're going to start with shapeless recipes, see how we can do, but shaped recipes, I think shaped recipes would be a very pretty straightforward extension of this. I don't think it would be that hard, but we didn't do that. We in 7 days, that's what we're saying. In 7 days, what can we get done? 7 streaming days, so about 12 hours of actual coding was the thought. Yeah. Okay. So as far as I can tell, there aren't stretch angers in this. This is more of using CSS, like web-based stuff. So my idea is on this internal component, if we can dynamically size this. So we have this transform. If we can dynamically size it so that we get down to the correct size for the UI, then we're sort of good to go. Justify, can I make in this slot container, if I made this align to the left and to the top? Yeah, so that's what we're playing around with. Corfless says, hello there, I'm stopping by to say hi. We'll rest earlier as I need to meet someone in the morning. You do you, Captain. Corfless, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. A happy Sunday to you. It's so nice to see you. How are you, Core? Master Chaos Like says, how do you add new recipes? Let me show you that. Yeah. So adding recipes is super easy in the system we've built. So we've used, let me get my inspector open. So we've created a scriptable object. And if we come down to our crafting folder, you just create a new recipe. So this is how we define recipes here, properties. To create a recipe, let's make a new recipe. Let's do it. So create crafting recipe. So we've created our own custom menus here. So sorry that oh no, I'm not sorry there. We have some real bots. We don't want to become famous. Folks, I got to turn on safe mode just for a moment. We're being botted. So I apologize. We're turning on shield mode. We're being bot rated, but we're going to be in shield mode here for probably 30 seconds. So if you, I think followers are allowed to chat. If you're not a follower, you can follow. If you're not, just hang tight. So no worries. It came through really fast. There's like 4 or 5 of them. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bots coming through, but the Stream Elements bot caught them for us quickly. But I'm just gonna put on the safe mode here for a moment. Low Fotcraft says hello. So if I wanted to make a new recipe, I'd do this. Let's go with what would be a good recipe to make? Let's go with wooden sword. Okay, we go with a wooden sword. I'm gonna open up the properties for my wooden sword. All right, so my wooden sword, we're gonna add in. I'm gonna say this takes a wood, and so 2 wood gets you a wooden sword. So now I have to make a wooden sword result item. I'm gonna say that this is gonna fall under woodworking. So I have a crafting category here, woodworking. And then I need to make an item. So I'll create a crafting item and we'll just call this wooden sword. Let's open up the properties on that. And then I'm gonna drag that over to my items folder. So wooden sword is gonna have a name, wooden sword. And we'd give it a sprite for now. I'm just gonna give it the log sprite because I don't have anything better to give it. But you would just drag a sprite and select it. And then now this thing produces a wooden sword. And now I have that recipe. All right, so that's how we create recipes. Can close those up. I come back to my item database here and I say, I'll go find the new recipes. It adds my wooden sword. And so now if I happen to have 2 pieces of wood here, I can't do that. I don't have a way to adjust things here. I'm turning off the shield mode, folks. We're back to normal. Hopefully that stopped them. But if I had just 2 woods there, I have a wood and a rope. If I had just 2 woods, when I click combine, I'd get my wooden sword. But that's how you do it in the inspector. So not too tough. So Oh, you need 1 month followage. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'm so sorry, Shaddy, but welcome back. Nameless Coach said I missed it too. What did you miss? Did when I went to that mode, did it shut everyone off or just the chat? I'm confused. I don't quite understand what was missed. So I apologize. But yeah, so I hope that answered your question. Oh, the bot message, they got deleted by my bot. My Stream Elements bot caught them very, very quickly. But we did get 5 bot messages coming in all at the same time. And so I just had to turn on shield mode to protect us, protect you, my friends, protect you. But yeah, that's how we do it. So someone had said the flex direction is how you do it. I was trying to do it that way. What I would like though is for the squares to automatically scale properly. Tuber says, I was working on a survival game with a similar crafting system. I made them an editor script. So when you right clicked a new image, it made the default recipe default option item and linked everything and followed a naming standard. Lance says, okay, finally back at the keys, coffee in hand. From my understanding, the UI toolkit was originally designed to develop in-editor tool using space, where I believe it's one of those things where the community took the tool and started using it for the game in ways that never intended. That seems to happen a lot. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. That said, that they do have it set up now for doing play mode stuff. And so we're playing around with it. We're playing around with it, seeing if we can get it to work the way in a different way. Tuber says, I found with the manual linking you accidentally put iron sword into the wooden sword or something like that. That's okay. That's okay. I was just playing around with it. Items, wooden sword, properties. I put the log sprite. Because I don't have a sword sprite. So there's a log in there. It says item data. That might have been what you saw with iron up there. It just says item data. So I was thinking maybe we could scale it down to do it. But let's play around with this a little bit more. See if we can get the UI to sort of be responsive to what we want. And I might just, for now, the UI toolkit just might not be ready for me for production. And they say that in their documentation, hey, there's things missing in this. They specifically say it's, new development projects, it seems to be, it's missing features. So there are things that it might not be able to do. But we're gonna see if we can make it work. In this case, visual element, I do like that we can sort of play around with it here. I'm gonna get rid of this slot container typing on it, and instead grow one slot container. Let's get this back to not being scaled. Size, transform. Can I reset this to 1? Okay. So slot container, there should be another combined output to the side of it. All right, so this slot container is taking up the space I want, but the internal components are going beyond. So I'm gonna make this one, the idea is there should be no overflow, and it should have a whole grid inside that is sort of, or maybe my slot container should have no overflow. Let's look at that. Slot container has no overflow, but my visual element inside, the idea, I want this thing to scale down to fit properly. So if I could dynamically change the scale, so if I could do a calculation where it could calculate how big it needs to be, and then size it, and then put itself in the top left corner. And I think the top left visual element, let's see here, background, border, margin, flex, align items, stretch, flex start. Stretch might be what I want for this one. This container, I want things at the top. I'm trying to figure out how to get the thing inside, this thing to be in the top left corner here. direction. I almost like don't want, I do want this thing to flex, the align content auto. What's interesting here? Display, direction, there we go. So it should only have one thing in it. So if we put it there, flexing is trying to make it go in the center. Why is it wanting to be in the middle there? Justify content, flex start, flex center. It's almost like this thing. Position. Relative 0, 0, 0, 0. So that doesn't do it. So it's relative to how the parent object wants to position it. That's the slot container. So that we're dealing with like some, you know, this is why I don't like UI stuff. I don't ever feel like I've ever truly understood this stuff. The thing that's interesting is this slot container, this visual element on the outside. Does this have overflow? It does. Why does the slot? Oh, I see. This does have overflow. If I were to put in the, what was this? This should be slot container. Then it will display the grid the way I want it to. Dramulks, I do. So I understood that system. That's Dramulk. So I will say that I understood that system, or I had practiced using that system, so I understood it. That said, that doesn't mean I can't do it in this one. I just haven't learned how to do it in this system, Dramulks. And so the idea is it's a different way to do stuff. So oftentimes when there's something new, people get frustrated and say like, oh, well, this system's dumb. That said, it does feel a lot closer to how you do stuff in web development. And so I think there's some niceties there. So I'm learning. My whole process, I'm learning. If I just want to, there's different struggles with the other one. It says, yeah, I feel like the UI toolkit has this as well. There has to be a way to do this. I know how to do it in CSS. It doesn't have all the things. And so if I was doing it on a web using CSS, I'm sure I could get it. So what I'm looking at here is I don't understand why this thing wants to center itself inside of this slot container. That's what I don't understand. I have this thing displaying sort of the way I want, but I want it to be in the top left corner, and I don't understand why it's doing that. And that's like driving me crazy. I don't want auto, I want stretch, align self stretch, space around. So in CSS, there's not anchors. Yeah. So in the other UI one, the anchors were really nice to be like, oh, well, anchor yourself here, anchor yourself there. This is using like flowing layouts. And so I kind of want my align items flex start. I want it to start at the beginning. I want it to start at the top. And so I don't quite understand this. Jesus G. Let's see, how do I pronounce this name? Jesus. Jesus. Jesus G.I. Jesus G.I. I'm so sorry, I don't know how to say your name. Jesus G.I. Jesus G.I. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. Jesus G.I. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I'm sure I'm pronouncing it incorrectly. Happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. So happy to have you here in Captain Coder's Academy, my friend. If we're learning, we're coding, we're growing together. I'm a computer science educator. I am a programming teacher at a school for ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, program related or otherwise. And if you have, backseat coding is highly encouraged here. That's how we learn and code and grow together, my friends. Tuber says, when is the Captain Coder album coming out? I know. I know, Tuber. I know. We need one. We need one. Captain Coder sings the blues. That's what we need. That said, let me get rid of this transform real quick. So when it's 1, 1, 1, oh, you know what? I actually think it's scaling from the center if I scale it from the top left. There is Dramulks. I found the anchor. Your intuition was right, Dramulks, for being much smarter than I am. For being much smarter than I am. 50 points, my friend, because you knew, like, shouldn't we have to anchor this? It was scaling it because I had it set to scale to the center. These sure do look like anchors, my friend. You are correct. These sure do look like anchors. Tuber Tugger says, does your crafting system care about the slots the resources are in or just quantity? It just cares about quantities right now. It does not care about the origin or the order they're in there. So in the scope, we decided we're going to do shapeless recipes. It just cares about the contents. So that was an explicit design decision we made for this project to keep it simple. I wanted to keep it simple. That said, the way we've built this, I don't think it would be hard to implement shaped recipes in this framework. I don't think it would be that crazy to do. Okay, so this is nice. Okay, so now if I can get this to dynamically change the scale at runtime, so we can calculate how much space we need and then how much we need to scale it. Okay. I can help with the album. I play piano. Ooh, I have a guitar. We got a piano player. Does anyone, I also play trombone. I play trombone, so we could do a trombone album. I play trombone. I can play trumpet. I can play, the tuba. I can play some sousaphone. I don't want to, that's what we could do. Yeah. We get a big band going. Be, Captain Coder's big fat band. That's right. Dramulks can play the triangle. Awesome. We'll bring you in. We'll have a triangle solo. Ding, 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 do. That's right, Dramulks. Dramulks on the triangle, everybody. MO Pug, percussion and drums. That's one that I'm not good at. I learned a little bit of drums. Name is Curtis. I can play piano. Fabulous. All right, so that's funny. Tuber, it thought you were, saying something not pleasant here. Tuber is saying, I'm a one-man band like Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, so it did not like that combination of words, but that's okay. Stream Elements, that's okay. I'm so sorry you got timed out there, Tuber. You didn't mean anything inappropriate, so I apologize for that. Tuber can be our one-man band. Nameless says, I play piano or flute. Look, for those of you who didn't know, Captain Coder went to school to be a band director. I actually have a music education degree. Oh, no. So I actually have a music education degree. It turns out that society does not value music teachers very much, and it was a hard knock life. I could not do it. Anyone who can be a band director, you're amazing. You are absolutely incredible. You're a treasure. So this tells me that my visual style inside of my slot container, needs to have a visual element. So this needs to actually be my slot container. And then this thing needs to be like the full outside wrapper. Okay, so we're gonna see if we can get this implementation on our, this is our crafting container. Oh no. Was I actually editing the crafting container grid? No, it's using the same style sheet. Okay, so I have my playground and I have my grid. So the idea is the playground was for me to play around with how to get it to work. So we need to add in a parent component to this one. So this is like our div one. We'll add in another visual element up here. This is going to be parent, slot container parent. All right, and then our slot container is actually in there. And so our slot container is we need to see if we can scale it based on that. Riff says, I arrived to the word div, immediate web dev PSTD. Yeah, so you would not like the UI, you know, the new UI builder, Revere. It's all, you know, all that terminal stuff that you love to hate. There are things I really like about it. So the thing we're trying to get it to do now, though, so here's something that I don't like about it. Getting this stuff to scale has been like a horrible endeavor. So if I'm at HD, this is sort of how I designed it. When I go down to these other ones, all of the sizes are specified in like pixels. So like including the font's pixel sized. There doesn't seem to be a nice way to scale this easily. So in the other one, you'd say like, oh, I'm just gonna add a canvas scaler to it. That doesn't seem to be some kind of option here. That said, we're playing around. It does have, and I could just be wrong. This is me trying to learn it. It does have in the styling a transform, and you can do a scale. So my goal, what I want to see is, can I dynamically change the transform at runtime? Can I dynamically change the transform at runtime? If I can like calculate how big I want it to be based off of what's inside of it. Lance says, okay, I gathered up some work in progress screenshot from a little project on Discord. You were suggesting other project channel, I believe. If it's a game project, post it on the forum. So we have chats and we have forums over there, Lance. So on the Discord, folks, there is share your work. There's two forums. There's game forums. So if you're making a game, post it in the game forum. If you're doing something that's not game related, feel free to post it in other projects. These create threads so your stuff will stay indefinitely. Whereas these ones are chats, so everything starts scrolling through these. So if you wanted, Darkman, look at this. Darkman, if you're still here, that is some beautiful stylized pixel art there, my friend. This is awesome. That's really cool. But yeah, these ones sort of, they're the chats, so they tend to go by very, very quickly. So I created the forum so you could post long-term ones. Tuber says, wow, DVD is 97 years old and still kicking. I don't know how old that makes me feel. DVD? What is DVD? DVDs are not 97 years old. Revere says, is there a way to do equal column groups? Yeah, it doesn't like Dick Van Dyke's name, Dramulks. It doesn't like Dick Van Dyke's name for various reasons. Yeah. It does not like Dick Van Dyke's name, though. It thinks that name is inappropriate. Okay. But equal column widths. Yeah, so you can use flexing. So these are equal column widths. So the way I did it is that DVD equals timeout warning. Yeah. So I have rows, and the rows automatically scale. So automatically like centers things. And so we end up with equal, what are called essentially equal rows. And then if you have the same amount of columns, the columns get set to be the same size. So what I feel like this is missing is, you know, people are going to hate me for this, but I feel like this is missing Bootstrap. When I do web stuff, I use Bootstrap quite a bit to keep myself sane. So it seems to be missing some of the bootstrappy features that I could use to make this grid a little bit easier to manage. Okay, so I'm going to see if at runtime I can adjust the CSS, the scale. Okay, so we have our container here. Don't look at that. That's scary. Crafting UI. So this is our crafting container UI controller. So what I want to do here is we're getting this component slot container. I would like to modify the styles of this. So this thing is a visual element. So I'm wondering if can I do slot container dot style sheets. Okay, so there is a style sheet. Dot style. What is the style here? iStyle. Style, custom style. returns a custom style property accessor for this element. Dot try get value. I can't set values. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little quick Googling. I'm gonna look at the docs a little bit here and see if the styles and style sheets. Jade and Joe Star, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the crew. Jade and Joe, I'm so glad that you are here. Hello, what are we doing today? Jade and Joe Star asks. I'm having a blast learning C++ and coding with standard template library functions. I've heard templates are super fun in C++. I haven't done a lot of C++. Jade and Joe Star, thank you so much for asking. Let's give us an opportunity. We are building a crafting system. Let me ask a question. In Twitch, for me, I'm not seeing it, but are other people... No, it's not going through when I do that. Hang on, my Firebot's not connected to the chat, it appears. One moment, give me a moment. Bear with me, folks. Let's see if it can reconnect. All right, let's try again. Crafting. I don't know why this isn't working. All right, so this should have come through. All right, I'm just gonna copy and paste it now. We're doing a crafting system, Jade and Joestar. So if you missed, this is day 7. We're on the last day here. So in the first 6 days, we built a crafting system that works like this. You have a little UI where you can drag items around in it. You can specify different types of crafting containers. You can specify the shape of the crafting container. You can swap items around in it. If there is these slots you can't put stuff in them. 2-dimensional grid. And then you click combine, it'll combine. So this is taking 2 sticks and a rope and it turns it into a nunchaku. All right, so we get a nunchaku there. So we're working on a crafting system. If you want to go through and see all the stuff that we've done to get here, you're welcome to go check out the past 6 days. I've tried to keep this blog so it's a little bit less daunting than watching, the 20 hours of stream. But you can also go back and watch it. Lance says, well, the thumbnail is mad, but I got the rest posted in the games form. Awesome. Let's go check it out. Let's check it out. Lance, thank you for yet another space game. Yash G. I like the name. Yash G. Lance here. This project is essentially a space-based RPG involving characters and starship combat. I'm working on the ship maneuver mechanics now. Cool. Did you make this? This art is yours? This is cool. I know you're saying the thumbnails, man. I like that thumbnail. This shows a Unity gizmo scene. The sphere represents a 1,000-unit sphere. Let me open this real quick on my other stream. Other thing, just to double check. Be safe. More space games. That's right, everybody. Revere is making a space game. If you aren't, not Revit. Let's see if my bot's working. Did we get? Yeah, Revere. All right, we're back. Revere's making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. It's a parody, you might call it, of Star Citizen. So check this out. All right, so this is cool. This is all right. So let me commentate. This shows a Unity gizmo scene. Lance, thank you so much for sharing. The sphere represents a 1,000-unit radius and plots ship objects within that space. The space itself can be scaled to represent any practical distance, and plotted points will scale within it. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. Then we got another one here. So, some more gizmo stuff. Thank you so much for sharing such detailed stuff in here too. This is awesome. I'm gonna have to check this out very, very soon. This looks awesome. Thank you, Lance, so much for sharing. Anyone wants to check that out, it's over on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, you don't have to join. But you're welcome to join. Awesome. Christoph Howard, welcome back, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Animorph says, watch out, Chris Roberts. They coming for you, and you're gonna have to restart Squadron 42. That's right. Tuber says floating point error issues. Lance says, that's my model. Yep, I try to get rough models in place. The detail models will come along. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much for sharing. Always glad to share. It's been an amazing journey to learn how to do this. Great work. This is awesome. Rick says, Lance, did you play around with shifting the world origin around the ship, or have you tried combat slash movement out in the far bounds of the map. Fun things happen. All right, so I'm trying to dynamically modify the styling of my UI toolkit. So I'm wondering if I can modify this at runtime. USS Unity Unity UI toolkit change style at runtime. You can start with UI toolkit at runtime. How to change style properties at runtime. So I'm wondering if I have to specify it. I'm trying to build a kill feed with the visual element. Style.opacity.value. Try cancel resolved style. Resolved style. Okay. Is there a resolved style? Resolved style. Ooh, okay. Here we go. This is what we want. Transform. Transform. That may not be what we want. That's transform or scale. Here we go. Scale. Let's see if we can set it to 0.5f. And I bet this is a vector 2. It's a new scale. New. Can I make a scale? New scale. 0.5, 0.5. Do I have to put an F on here? 0.5, 0.5. Time to double D. Time to double D. Time to double D. Thank you for the follow. Time to double D. Thank you for the follow. Time to double D. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. So happy to have you here. Christoph Harris says, 1, because the teacher wasn't at school. Thursday and Friday last week, my math grade will not be high enough to pass honor study hall grade check tomorrow. Ooh, that sounds terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry your teacher wasn't at school and that's not going to work out for you. Hopefully you'll be able to get that straightened out. Then Chris said, 2, I also thought to check yesterday and see if my Warrior Cats name was available on Discord. Yeah, I saw you join the Discord with your Warrior Cats name there. Awesome stuff. For anyone who's new, time to double D. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Time to DD might be the way to pronounce it. But happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder is a computer science educator, computer science teacher, and we are here to learn and code and grow together. If you have any questions, my friend, do not hesitate to ask, programming related or otherwise. Ask me anything that is PG-11 teen. PG-11 teen is what we're going for. A family-friendly stream. Anything that's family-friendly, feel free to ask. You want to know what Captain Coder's, favorite sandwich is? Don't hesitate to ask. I will come up with an answer. I can't promise I know what my favorite sandwich is, but I will try and think of one. Also, backseat coding is highly encouraged in the stream. So welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. If you have any questions, do not, and I repeat, do not hesitate to ask. All right, what does the constructor for scale take? I bet it takes 3 things. Is this the right scale? Vector 2. Oh, new vector 2. 0.5f. 0.5f. And is this just not the right type of scale? Cannot be assigned as read only. Scale dot value. What is value? Okay, so there's a value in it. New vector. It wants me to do a vector 3. 0.5f, 0.5f, 0.5f. Let's see if this will work. Cannot modify the return value of this because it is not a variable. As it getting set on it. There was a lot of chatter going on. I'm so sorry if I missed it. If there was something you wanted me to see, feel free to ask again. I got a little bit distracted there and a lot of chat coming through. So do not hesitate. If you want me to see something, feel free to post it. It looked like it might just be some chat between Revere and Lance though. Okay, so we should be able to modify this. The return value is not a, okay, so I have to okay, so I think I might need to do something like this. Var style equals m slot container dot resolve style. Can I do this? I can do that. And then can I do style dot scale dot value? I can't do that. var scale equals style.scale. Scale.value equals, can I do this? And then can I do style.scale equals scale? I can't do that. That's annoying. Let's see if we can look what we're doing here. Well, so scale doesn't have a setter. Style scale is a struct. It's a type of scale. Is this a getter? Yeah. I don't think this will work. Let's run this and see. I don't think this is doing anything. It's just pulling off some stuff. It's not letting us set any values. Yeah. Let's see. Christoph says, also for months, my laptop has had an issue where to use the headphone jack, you need to restart the device. Apparently, that was a driver issue and was fixed when the laptop got caught up on 2 years of updates. Ooh, well, at least you got an update on it. Proton, thank you for the stream. He says, I will eat and watch a movie before stream. Enjoy your lunch, my friend, or dinner or breakfast, wherever you're eating your sandwich, for whatever meal you might be having to have. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you so much for hanging out. As always, keep on coding, keep growing, and you are welcome back anytime, Proton. Have a beautiful day. An immortal Ray Veer. I think you guys are having a little side conversation. So if you want me to pay attention to that, just let me know. Yeah, didn't scale it down, right? So the scale, this doesn't adjust the scale. Yeah, there's so much going on there. I want to pay attention, but I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with fixing this. Let's see what they say. Opacity equals. Resolve opacity does not have a property value, but I have already tried. The thing is, sounds like this should work. Are you sure you're watching this? Okay, let's see. They're saying resolve style dot scale. It just has a get. Does opacity has just a get as well? So you shouldn't. So I don't know why they're suggesting this. Although this is from 2019. Using transition and scaled item messages execute setting the opacity right away results in no transition. How to change style properties. Creating your first runtime styles and style sheets. This is a little bit. So I know that I could. I could do something. Dramux, I wonder if you can build a new style sheet every time and just assign the utility full, but that's overkill. Yeah, so I was wondering if I could generate a style sheet and add the style. That's exactly where my thought was going next. mstyle container dot add class to list. Add. I was thinking, can I build a generic class? Right, so I could do this. I could make a style called scale 5050, right? So I could create a class called scale 50 if I wanted to do it, and then make like a variety of potential scales and select the best one. So I could do this, and if I had scale 50 like this, this would be. I'm curious what the transform looks like. Dramox says, but why should we have to do this? This makes me not want to use. So the question, Dramox, is what are we doing wrong with the UI toolkit? The question is, I don't understand the UI toolkit's way of doing things. And part of that is I'm just not like a web person. The answer is I'm almost certainly sure that I can modify that style at runtime. You have to be able to. I just don't know how. I don't know how to do it. That's really what's happening here is how do I modify it? But even after change, so I didn't say their way. So looking online, this was like some forum from 2019, some forum from like 4 years ago. That isn't necessarily something I want to know. So it's just, you know, I haven't learned this thing. So this is super new. Use the visual elements .stylesheets.add to attach style sheets to visual elements. Can I make load style sheet? Can I make a style sheet object? Time to ask ChatGPT. That's not a bad idea. Although ChatGPT is trained on stuff from 2021, so you're going to get, at the very least, you're going to get stuff that's 2 years old. At the very best, I should say. Can I make it? All right. So here then. Can I make a style sheet? M slot container dot styles dot add. Style sheets dot add. What are my options? Style sheet. Okay, style sheet. It's at least 2 years more than 2019. That's fair. That's fair. Style sheets. So how do I make a style sheet? Style sheet equals new style sheet. Can I do this? All right, so I can make a new style sheet, and then this style sheet dot. Can I do anything with style sheet? It's new. Does style sheet have anything? Imported with errors, imported with warnings, content, hash. Style sheets are applied to visual elements or they layout. Lance says, sorry for the wall in the chat. Caps was basically just explaining how the project works at the moment. I could absolutely put those details in the form. No worries. No worries. I love seeing all the chat going through. I'm so sorry I wasn't able to keep up with it. But thank you so much for sharing it. Grandma says, wow, I can do so many things with the style sheet. I know. If you want to modify a style sheet, if you modify a USS style sheet, load style sheet object with standard Unity APIs, asset load, this, blah, blah, blah. Can I dynamically create one at runtime is a question. USS supported properties, event system. It just might not be ready, right, Dramulx? They said it's not, they said it's new. We suggest trying it out, but they're not, and I'm on like an old, hang on. Let me go to the new 20, I was in like a super old documentation a while. Apply styles in C# scripts. Look. All right, here we go. In C# you can set styles directly to the style properties of a visual element. I was in an old version. I was 2 years old, so we were newer. Because I definitely want to code a game, but when I try to think about it, I can't grasp onto it. Maybe I'll just give it a rest and wait until I'm healthy. Yes, Roiku, don't push yourself too hard, my friend. We like you being happy. We like you being healthy. So take care of yourself. If you need a rest, I know how it can be, though, to want to write code. So it's saying I can just do style. All right. So maybe I was doing the wrong thing here. Let's try again. I'm addicted to programming, my friend. I really am. Style dot transform scale. Am I this? Oh my goodness, look at how just dumb I am. Dot scale equals new scale, new vector 2 0.5f 0.5f. All right, Dramulx, look how dumb I am. Look, everyone. All right, for being here to have to watch me fumble around for the last hour and a half to find scale, to find style instead of, so the problem was that I used Google. The problem is that I used Google initially, and the guy on Google was like, use result style, when in fact, dot style was the correct one. For being here to have to watch that, I'm so sorry how painful it is. 100 points to all of you. Thank you so much for watching it. The guy back in 2019, mind you, yeah. Ooh, we got a woe chain started. Can we get a woe off? Can we get the woe going, folks? Can you do it?
Whoa.
We can. Thank you for the woe, everybody. I appreciate you. I appreciate you getting that woe to happen. A lot of woeage. Yeah. Lance is trying to. Lance asked Roiku, may I offer advice in addition to rest? In addition to rest, what would you suggest, Lance? I'm so sorry that you disapprove. I'm so sorry that you disapprove, an immortal kid. Rave, you did miss the stretch time, but we got another one coming up here. We've been going for 65 minutes since our last stretch, so we got another one coming up here pretty soon. Immortal kid, I'm so sorry to disappoint you, my friend, but that did seem appropriate. That did seem appropriate for what happened. I need to add some music to the cloud of disapproval. Ooh, Dramulk, she started streaming. Oh, all right, real quick, everybody. I have not seen. I can neither. I never actually seen Dramulk stream, but you follow me right now. Attention, all lurkers. Attention, all lurkers. We're gonna go ahead and give Dramulk a little heart here so we can watch Dramulk's code. Oh, on Discord, Dramulk's with the boozle. Dramulk, you got me. You got me, Dramulk. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, Dramulk's boozled again. All right, for such a successful boozle, Dramulk. 50 points to you. 50 points for getting me. I got good. All right, everyone, make sure to unfollow Dramulk. All right, so if you're not sure how to unfollow Dramulk, click on that name, break that heart. Yes, I want to unfollow Dramulk. All right. You got me with the boozle, Dramulk. Tubby crumbles, welcome my friend. Oh, Tubby Crumbles, how are you today? Oh, Tubby Crumbles, I love that username. Tubby Crumbles, how are you today? Tubby Crumbles, welcome, my friend. Welcome. It's so nice to see you in the chat. How are you today? How is you doing? All right, so before I celebrate too much, let's see if this actually scales it. A song. That's right, Tubby Crumbles, just for you, my friend. A song just for you. Someone with a journey emote has to have taste. You know that's true. I agree. Lots of taste over there. Let's check it out. All right, so the scale does work. Look how scale-licious that is. Of course, we got to scale other aspects of it, but that worked pretty nice. Okay, so we can dynamically figure out the scale. We just have to figure out the size to set it to in this regard. So I don't know. So this is going to be related to like the resolved size. Okay, so the container, I'm curious about this. I'm curious about the internal contents of these things. So the way I would like to calculate this is I would like to come into so let's look at my playground quick. I want to come in. I know that the width is going to be something in here. I would like to, inside of my grid, my slot container. I'm wondering if, so my grid row, why is that so small? My grid row. Okay, here we go. The inner. I want to figure out what is the calculated size of these inners and use that to scale it down. Figure out how much do I need to scale it to make the inners work properly. Lance says, I've found that when I think about my projects as a whole, they are a squirmy, squishy, evasive little mess. It's hard to wrap my mind around the entire thing. What has helped me is taking the time to create and maintain a design document that describes your game, how it works, and so on. That way I have a list of goals posts to keep me on track. The other thing is to break everything down to small bits. For example, combat doesn't matter if you can't move your character, so make a character controller first, that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. We go through that for sure. For sure, we try and do that on this stream. You may have noticed we got ourselves a design document saying, well, how much time do I have to spend this? What do I want to learn? What are the things that are important? And then I broke it down. I said, okay, well, I implemented the logic for my crafting system before I implemented the GUI for my crafting system. Make sure the logic makes sense and works. And then I come in and do the GUI stuff. Absolutely, Lance. Excellent advice. Okay, so I want to find what is the resolved size of this inner thing. So I have to sort of go in and find it. The resolved size of the inner. So I either need to find it or somehow to propagate it back up. So our inners are in our grid row. So I'm going to add a property to grid row. And this is going to be a public. Well, let's see. What is the type of that? So styles. Oh, it's going to be resolved style. So this one's going to be resolved. So it's like what it currently is on the screen. This is going to be our size. Can I get the size? Width. All right, resolved width. I'm hoping that this is going to give us the actual width of the fixed width of an element for the layout. I'm hoping this will tell us what the actual width of this thing is being displayed. So after this stuff has all been added. So I'm going to create a method here. I don't know what it's returning. What is the type of width? It's a float. Okay, it's a float. So float width is going to be this. So we're going to add a property width. Lance says, that is fantastic. I feel like I'll be diving down some rabbit holes with this crafting system and such. I love it. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah. So we've actually, yeah, like I said, let me say, yeah, like, let me stutter some more. One sec. Hang on. Let me keep on hang on. I'm going to, all right, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. So I actually wrote the crafting system as like a separate library. One of the things I wanted to be able to do was learn how to import dynamically linked libraries. So I wrote the code for the crafting system outside of the Unity engine. Okay, so this whole thing is the crafting system. And this compiles to a library that we then drop into Unity, and then we can use it in Unity. So the idea is I have this separate C# library that defines the logic for my crafting system. And so I could actually drop this into any C# project. And then I've decided in Unity, I'm going to build a Unity layer on top that you can use in Unity. I really, really want to see if I can use this to build also a Godot layer. So I think that would be really cool. And I was looking into how could I use it to build an Unreal Engine layer. So using the same code, could we use it in Unreal as well? And you just have to add in a little adapter for it to load the DLL. You can. I looked into it. So I'm really, really excited about that idea. Okay. I want to be able to get the width of this thing. So it's going to be like our grid row.inner.width. So I'm curious. I'm assuming we won't have that yet in our container controller here. But after we build it all up, can I get the size of these things? Let's not scale it just yet. And I'm going to say we need a reference to our actual grid slots, I think. Jaden Joestar says, part of the magic of programming, in my opinion, is that there are bindings for each language to another language. C code especially can be used everywhere. Yeah, so you use, essentially it's called like a foreign function interface or like a, class library interface. CLI is sometimes what it's called, class library. Foreign function interface is usually what I call it. It's for calling functions that are foreign to your binary. But yeah, you can do that in most languages. Some languages, there's tricks that new languages, there are sometimes issues with that. Build output grid, build container grid. So I need to crafting container slot has a reference. Does the crafting container slot? No. Crafting container slot doesn't have it. Grid row. Do we lose rows not added anywhere? So I want to keep a reference to one of my rows. And so I'm going to create a list up here. Public list grid row. I'm going to make this private. Private rows. So I want to be able to get my rows at a later time. We've gone 75 minutes, folks. We're getting close to needing to take a break. We're a little bit longer than that because I forgot to reset it, but we'll probably take a break here in just a moment. It's been about 75 minutes since our last break, though. Build container grid, forced update. So after the container grid, as these are being made, actually, we're gonna do row dot add my row. So we need references to these. So after we've built this up, in my awake, I'm curious what it's gonna say if I go get one of these and I say inner dot width. What is this gonna say? Debug dot log. What is the width going to be on our row? Row width. Like this. And so this should be sort of the calculated size. And I'm hoping to be able to use that to scale it down. I also know it's about time for a break because there's very little bean water in this cup. And you know, we thrive on bean water, folks. If you want to fuel like a winner, you gotta, not a number. All right, so I think that could be because it's not on the screen yet. So I'm curious. So that makes me sad that I can't get that directly here. That's right, nameless coder. We can't run out of bean water. What are we gonna do? So I'm gonna make a coroutine that's gonna is it enumerable? Enumerator. Show width. I want to wait for it to render and then get the width on it. So I'm curious if that will work. Is it enumerator? Is it enumerable? Yield return null. Enumerator. What am I doing wrong here? Is it? How do I make a coroutine? Why can't I enumerable? Oh, I don't have the non-generic one in here. There we go. There we go. I didn't have the non-generic imported, so it was I was like, what? All right, so we're gonna do a thing new. Wait for end of frame. So we're gonna wait until it's rendered, and then we're gonna get it. And then I'm gonna wait even longer just in case we don't have it at the end of the frame. New. Wait for 1 second. And then we're gonna do it again. All right, so we're gonna have it here. And we're gonna do start coroutine show width. So we're gonna get this is on awake at end of frame after 1 second. And maybe we do end of frame. Let's do 2 frames. It might not render it right away. So let's do 2 frames at end of 2 frames. Might not render on the first frame. Let's see if it renders on the second frame. I'm curious. Curiouser and curiouser, my friends. But we're going to find out. We're going to find out. Let's click run. Show me what I want to know. Want to know. Yeah. So after the first frame, it has the actual width. So we can't actually know what size it is until it's on the screen because we're doing the resolved size. So we might have to do a little thing to where what I could do is I could, I don't know, but I can get the width here this way. MG says, what's the goal of scaling the grid? Great question. No reason to apologize for asking. That's why we're here. The grid is currently sort of designed for our HD resolution. If we change the resolution, all of the stuff inside is still 128 by 128 pixels. So we're gonna scale it based on the user screen. And there's not a nice, in the UI toolkit, as far as I can tell, and I could just be wrong, there isn't a nice way to just say like, oh, and scale with the size of the screen. So my goal here is say, oh, we'll scale it down to how much space is available in the screen. So we're going to calculate the size of our container. So in the UI toolkit, we're going to calculate the size of the space. So our slot container is going to have how much space we have. And then we're going to scale down the inner element to take up that much space. So we figure out how much space we have, how much space it's taking up, and then scale it appropriately from there. Does that make sense, MG? And so this could just be a stupid hacky thing I'm doing and I don't know how to use UI toolkit. That could be, honestly, could be a problem that I have here. But that's sort of where we're at right now, learning about UI toolkit. All right. So we do have to wait one frame. It looks like I can do it after one frame though. But then I can get, okay, so then I get my slot container. So I do float slot container width dot style, resolve style dot width. So this is like our, the target width. This is our row width. Is going to be this thing. And then we can use that to figure out the scale. I would like this width to match that width. And then we need to actually get the inner component of that to, oh, and it's not slot container, it's the parent element of that. Let's open up the correct styling here. I don't know if I should save that, but sure. Grid, visual element, slot container parent is the thing that we actually want the size for, and the slot container is the thing we're scaling. Okay, so slot container parent. Slot container parent, and then this will be, and sorry for the code here's a little bit hacky. We're learning about that. We're following a tutorial. I don't like these actual M's here. Slot container parent. We followed a tutorial to get here. I'm going to rename these things because in C#, this is the preferred way to name things. The M there is a very Java way to do things. Or I've seen that in Java a lot. I worked for a place where they wrote in Java and that was the thing they did. It's a convention that someone's following. That's just their convention. Sorry, I got distracted there with those M's. I hadn't noticed them until that moment. All right, so I'm gonna call this, I'm gonna create a method called private void scale UI. And what we might be able to do is actually create a generic thing we can put on something that becomes a scale UI script that you can do something. In that regard, it means member. The name is M here. It's saying this is a member variable. And so in C#, we usually call these fields, but member variable and field are sort of the same, mean the same thing. Yeah. Welcome back, Christoph. But yeah, in that context, M is saying like, oh, just so you know, this is a member variable. In C#, if you're a private field, the convention is typically use an underscore for private things. And then for public things, you use a capital. And that's not the case in all programming languages. And it's not enforced in C#. That's just Microsoft's suggested way of doing it. It's Microsoft's suggested way. So we're gonna create a thing called scale UI, and then after the first frame, we're gonna call scale UI. Okay. And so hopefully this code here will allow us to scale that inner grid, and maybe it's called scale grid. I'm gonna call it scale grid to fit. Because the reason I want to scale grid to fit is I'm gonna make it, one of my goals today is to, we've accomplished nothing. Restyle the UI so that it scales the grid. Then I want to add a button so we can change the different grids Grid types. Name says, in C#, do you ever start variables with lowercase local variables? So variables that are defined in a local scope within a method typically use what is called camel case, so lowercase first letter and then capital for other. This is called Pascal case, where you have a capital letter at each word. But typically, the convention is that in local variables, they would start with a lowercase. Dramel says, don't break the camel's back. We're not breaking the camel's back. I'm gonna do my best. Dramel, I'm doing my best. I'm gonna do my best. You know, Dramel. I'm doing my best. I'm gonna try not to break a camel's back. Did you know after you break a camel's back, there's no going back? You know, so I'm gonna try not to be straw. All right, let's open and calculate this here. Uppercases for properties. Uppercases for anything that's public. Uppercases for anything that's public is essentially how you do it. That said, methods tend to be capitalized. Nameless Critic says, okay, I usually use camel case for all variables, probably not a good convention. So really it comes down to what is your company, what is your team doing? Do what your team does. Drama says you get from 1 hump to 2 hump camel. That's right, my friend. Slot container parent. This is our target width. This is our row width. And so I need to do some magic. We're gonna do some magic. Let's open up my, hang on. How much time do we have? Do we have time to do some magic? 4 minutes, folks. Let's see what can we do some magic in 4 minutes? Let's see if we can figure out the math on this. Let's see if we can figure out the math on this. So I have this is target. We're gonna call this, and then we have, this is my math. 9 plus 10 equals 21, exactly. That's exactly right, Dramulks. Good job. Everyone, can we get a round of applause for Dramulks? Give Dramulks a round of applause. 9 plus 10, buddy. You're doing great. You're doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. So target, and then this is actual. So the idea is we want to scale that up. So we have, so the formula is that our target, we can think of as our 100%. So we say 100. So we say target, we're going to do this, is equal to 100% of the actual. Is that right? So there's like some division. So actual over 100. Actual over 100. Is that right? Or is it target? Oh, no. We got to do some multiplication. So it's target is 100%. Now I'm confusing myself. What percentage of actual? So I'm trying to form the formula of x over 100 is equal to my target size. Is that right? So it should be target divided by actual is equal to 1 over 100. So that's not right. It's actual target divided by actual. It's either target divided by actual divided. I'm super confused, Joe. I don't know why I can't figure this out right now. Sorry, folks. Sorry. What is the so, all right. So I want actual multiplied by scale equals target. That's what I want. Equals my target size. So I need to do actual is equal to target. This is not helping to find my scale here. So my scale, so to find my scale, I divide, okay, so scale is equal to target divided by actual. All right, we did it, folks. We did it. Scale is equal to target divided by actual. We can do algebra. Folks. Scale is equal to target divided by actual. We figured it out. First try. I'm so sorry. I guess no one knows the meme. I don't know the meme, Dramux. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. MGT's grid scale equals nominal container size to find out. Yes, MG, you got there before I did. Great for you. Add points. MGTWT, 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you. Drew says, wait, coding has math in it? Well, it has a little bit. It has a little bit. All right, so our float scale is going to be our target width divided by our row width. And then we're going to say that our slot container dot style dot scale is going to be equal to a new scale. Nope, new scale. New vector 2. And the scale is scale. All right, folks. Will it build? Will it blend? Will it scale? I don't know. No one knows. Only the nose knows. It's going to scale width and not height now. So now we got to say, okay, we'll also calculate the height of each of these things and figure it out. Perfect, folks. We did it. We did it. We got a null pointer exception in here. Where's the null pointer? Line 58. We got to take a break. My obsession. Slot container parent. Did I never set slot container parent? All right, let's try again. MG says I got the inverse by mistake. Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. Oh, I see. Nominal divided by So it's easy to get that confused. That's why I wanted to draw it out Cool. So our width, we got the correct width scaling. Now we need to do the correct height scaling. I don't like that for a second. It's like, oh, boop. So what I'm probably, so it does scale it down. So we got to figure out how to make that not happen. But we did calculate the correct width scale. Now we just got to say, exactly, we got to do the same thing for height. The height's a little trickier because we actually have like a different height thing going on. That said, we do got to take a break. I got to get myself some coffee. Should I get more coffee? I've had 2 coffees today. I usually go with tea on the next one, but I'm really feeling more coffee, my friends. We're gonna get some more bean water. Captain Coder's gonna get crazy today, folks. 3 coffees, folks. 3 coffees. Oh no, 3 coffees. We're gonna do it. We're gonna see how hyper, how long we can go here. That said, when we get back, 3 coffees. We've had 3 coffees in the last 3 hours. 2 coffees in the last 3. It's gonna be 3 coffees in the total of 5 hours, folks. 3 coffees, Sunday. That's right. When we get back, prepare yourself. The captain's gonna make you do some stretches, folks. So get your mom on the phone, get your dad on the phone, get them all in here, folks. Round them up, bring them on in, because we are gonna get some stretchage in. Captain Coder shall return. Thank you so much for hanging on, fellas. I'm back. Thanks for hanging on, guys. I said fellas, but what is fellas? Is that a gendered term? I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out with me. Happy Sunday, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I hope your fingers don't hurt too much. Yeah, Tuber, I just got canceled. Oh boy, oh. But thank you, everyone, for hanging out. Just so you know, I'm so happy you're here. But Tuber says, I can't tell if the captain became a teacher because he looks like one or started looking like one because they teach. And the answer is, and then Dragon says the captain was born a teacher. See, that's a common misconception that I was born. I nearly sprung into existence from the aether. There was no being born. This is why I have no belly button. I have no belly button because if you only have a belly button if you were born. I was sprung into existence. No belly button, folks. I know, super weird. I don't know how it happened. I don't remember how it happened or why it happened, but that's the truth. That's true. Conjured by the coding gods. All right, folks, we are here. If you are hunched over all day on your computer, if you're sitting there all day, you gotta get on up every hour, every 2 hours at tops. That's why every 90 minutes, that's sort of where I force myself to stop. We gotta get up, we gotta stretch, gotta take care of ourselves, you gotta prevent those RSIs. That's repeated stress injuries. You don't want those. Those repeated stress injuries. They're bad news, folks. One common RSI for programmers, people who code all day on the computers, is carpal tunnel syndrome. CTS, carpal tunnel syndrome. So we are gonna do some forearm stretches to help prevent that. It's one of my favorite stretches. So take that hand, straighten it out. Don't lock the elbow, straight but not locked. We want to keep that blood flowing. Keep that blood straight but not locked. Grab those fingertips and just slowly pull back. Slowly pull back until you feel a little bit of tension here. If it hurts, you're pulling too hard. It shouldn't hurt. Once you got a little bit of tension, just stretch that and hold it. We're gonna hold this for 25 seconds, folks. Hold it with me. Just hold it. Because, the captain loves you, which means you should love you, which means you love yourself. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of it. It's one of the things you can do to take care of your body is get some nice stretching in. Get that stretching. Lo-Fi Craft says, you are a tomato, Captain. No, I'm not a tomato. I'm merely the captain. Little red tomato. All right, everyone, roll that wrist out. We're going to go the opposite direction. Take those fingertips, pull them down, point them down. You're going to grab them and pull down a little bit. This one's easy. Don't hurt the wrist. If it hurts in the wrist, you're not pulling it. You're pulling it too far. You're actually yanking it back, usually, if that's the case. So you sort of want to just pull down and feel it across the top here to get that tension on the top. And just hold that. We're going to hold that for 25 seconds. Tuber says, this room exists only for streaming. This is my office. My office is a little bit messy in there. I got some stuff in the back there. That little thing in the corner, that used to be my standing desk. I used to just have it mounted on a wall. All right, roll that out. We're gonna switch sides too. We're gonna switch sides. Take your left arm or your right arm, whichever one you just didn't do. Straighten it out. Don't lock the elbow. Keep the elbow unlocked so that blood flows. Grab those fingers. Pull back until you get a little bit of tension. Lo-Fi Craft, don't be sad. Don't be sad. I don't want you to be sad. You should be glad. Be happy. Don't be sad. Be happy. Lo-Fi Craft. Tuber says, I feel like someone wanted this room to be an extra bedroom, but Captain made the call. Look, make the call. Sometimes you just gotta make the call. Oh, it feels good, folks. I hope it feels good for you. It feels good for me. I hope it feels good for you. Let's go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. We're going to point those fingers down. Grab those fingertips. Just a little gentle tug till you get the tension across the top. Lo-Fi Craft, it'll literally be 100 years for that 18K. I'm so sorry. Yeah, the worst part about that is there's only one of them. Lo-Fi Craft, too. I only have one to give away, so hopefully you just gotta, I'm so sorry it costs so much. A race to the top. That's right, an immortal kid. It feels good. All right, roll that wrist out again. I hope that felt good. Taking care of ourselves. Shake it out. Shake it out. Let's do a calf stretch. I know you can't see it, but I'm planting my heel into the ground. I need to get a foot cam. I need to get foot cam. Let's not do that. Let's get a floor cam. So you can see what I'm doing here. I've got my heel planted into the ground. Got my heel planted, I got my toes pointed up. And we're just gonna slowly lower that other leg, bend it until you get a little bit of tension in that calf. We're stretching out the calf there. That's right, in Mortal Kombat, we need a floor cam or more, maybe a bigger cam. Maybe the cam shouldn't be up on the wall so high so that we can see these stretch. But just hold that, getting that little calf stretch. If you want to stretch something else, that's okay too. It's just all about taking care of that body, getting that blood flowing, and loving yourself like you deserve to be loved, folks. Because you do. The captain loves you. You should love you because you're a lovely person. You're a lovely person. This is a nice, fun little stream. All right. Bring it up. Switch to the other side. Stretch out that other calf. If you want to get a little extra stretch in that upper leg and the glutes, you can actually reach down as well to get a little bit of extra stretch in there. It shouldn't hurt. Lo-Fi Crest, are there multiple C# and .NET Ultimate bundles? They're not. So I only have one access key to that. I only have one access key, so I'm so sorry. Tuber Tugger, we're, just Captain Coder during the daytime, folks. Captain Coder's Academy, open daily, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Sometimes we can run a little long. Every day of the week. That's right, our last break started an hour, 105 minutes ago. We're almost done with this one. Bring it on up. Shake it out, folks. Shake it out. Thank you so much for joining me in those stretches. Thank you so much for joining those in stretches. We're going to hop back into code, see if we can get some stuff done. Let's zoom this camera back in on the captain, the old captain there. Old Cappy Cap. Get us nice and zoomed in there. We're going to switch back. Let's reset that break timer. We're going to hop back in, see if we can finish this. That feels like there should be a better way to do this. So what I'm going to say is, this method is interesting. I'm not digging it. I really do believe that there's probably a better way to scale this based on the content using just pure CSS and not calculating it this way. This feels like the quote unquote JavaScripty solution. That said, we're gonna go ahead and go with it for now, and then we're gonna see if we can come up with a better spec. Tuber says, get it working with duct tape in a string. Exactly. We're duct taping a solution together here. We're making it work, and then we're gonna go back and see if maybe we can find a better solution. This is what I want to get done today. So our target height is pretty easy to calculate here. So we have a target height, and this is just gonna be our height. The issue with doing it this way with the target height is the following. If I look at how this is put through, Drown says Captain is the MacGyver of code. So I'm gonna say you typically don't want to be a MacGyver of code, because then your code is like a gnarly mess. So the reason it's hard to calculate the height on this, because it's sort of the sum. It's the sum of all of these grid rows. It's actually the height of all of these. And so we actually have to go through and do a loop to sum up the heights of all of them. And that's a little bit annoying. But yeah, MacGyver code, typically not a good sign if you have MacGyver code. I'm not gonna lie. It's probably a bad sign if your code is MacGyver. A better solution is almost certainly gonna say like, oh, well, these elements should somehow scale to their parent element. The reason I'm not doing that is the image is associated with a background image, and instead probably needs to be like an actual different type or something. Joe says, so much work to get a simple thing done in UGUI to work in UI Toolkit. I actually don't think this would be that simple in UGUI either. I think there's some things for doing grids built into it. So UGUI happens to have a grid element, right? But how about the drag and drop stuff in there? By the grid component. Yeah, so I'm assuming there might be, did I just not do this well? There might, so we would just, look, there's all these stuff down here that we don't even know about that we could probably use, like a bounds thing. There's probably all sorts of stuff we can do that we just don't know about. The answer is that we just don't know. I'm clearly just don't know this tool well. But I agree with you, Dramulx. I would know how to do this in the other toolkit as well, the original GUI. But I do think the original GUI just is like also kind of painful, and you have all this stuff. But we're just putting all that stuff here. I don't know. I don't know what I like. There are things I like about this. There are things I did not like about the other one. There are things I don't like about this. But we're learning and coding and growing together. So we're gonna get the height of these. But you make a, you know, I kind of agree with you on that. So then we're gonna say our float rows height is gonna be our rows dot select. Oh, we have to add that to our grid row inner thing here. This is gonna be our grid row needs to have a height on it. And this is our resolve style dot height. And then so we're gonna come through for our rows. We've got an R. We're gonna go R dot height. You get the heights, and then we can sum them like this. So it's gonna get the height of all of the rows. All right. And then we have, so this is gonna be our width scale. And then our height scale is our target height divided by our rows height. And we don't want to do, so this is a dumb thing to do. If we scale it this way, we're going to be real sad. It's going to be all they're not going to be squares anymore. They'll be all squashed. They'll be all squishy squashed. And we don't want them to be squishy squashed, do we? We don't want them to be squishy squashed. If we do this, I think it'll fit nicely, but they'll be squishy squashed. And squishy squashed is not what we're going for. So we got them squishy squashed in there, and that kind of works. It actually surprisingly doesn't look horrific to me because it's not super squishy squashed. And now it's not going to scale if I do this, but if I start in that scale, it's going to do it. So it does scale to whatever my aspect happens to be. If I go to my game here, 900 by 600, it should squishy squash it nicely to fit in there. All right. So not, it kind of works. It kind of works. But maybe I'd leave it. Actually, maybe I like that scale. I kind of like it. The one thing is, yeah, I kind of like that. If I were to resize, now it doesn't dynamically resize for us. So I just feel like I shouldn't be doing it this way. It feels super bad, man, to do it that way. That said, your resolution shouldn't really be changing at runtime. But it does a different distance scale. If we wanted to, we could have it. I'm actually kind of okay with it. I'm kind of okay with it. The ghost icon not scaling with you is a little bit annoying. So can we get the ghost icon as well? Let's say the ghost icon.style.scale. Let's see if we can set this to the same scale. Scale equals. If we set this to the same scale, does that fix that drag and drop component as well? I would like to find a pure USS version, the style sheet version, to do this. Yeah, so that works fine. Okay. Having it do the little thing where it's there. What we could do, here's something stupid I'm gonna do. Let's see if this prevents the weird thing from happening. Where is root root dot style dot opacity equals 0, and then after 1. So here's what I'm gonna do. It's gonna start invisible, and then after 1 frame, it'll render it. I'm gonna see if that makes it so you don't see the size drop down on you. Object not set to reference. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can't set the style of the root until after it's been assigned. Very, very important, you know, that makes sense. Let's try that. There we go. So it just shows up like that now. All right, that doesn't seem horrible. That said, the solution feels horrible. MGTT says there's a scale with screen size option and scale mode on the panel settings UI document. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Properties. I don't see that on the UI document. UI document, panel settings. Properties. Oh boy. Scale. Oh. MGT, where were you? Where were you 3 hours ago? Beautiful, my friend. Add points. MGTW for being here to save me from myself. 100 points. 100 points. Oh. Still need to see if it works. Yeah, but that is super, super helpful there. All right. That's hilarious. We got a woe chain started. Let's see if we can get that woe chain completed, folks. That said, I don't know if this is quite what we want. I still think I need to scale those things. But let's set this 1920. Whoa. Let's do 800 by 600. And then, or let's do, I do like that 1280 by 720. I'm curious how the scale works in there now. All right, so I still need to scale these things because my grid size can change. So check it out, my grid size, my crafting container here. If I were to change this to a loom, for example, the type of grid that the loom provides is a little bit different. So I'd still think I need to calculate. So this one's, well, that's disappointing. We don't constant pixel size. Let's try, one sec.
You in the back, pay attention.
That's right, Tuber, gotta pay attention. I'm not paying attention. Okay, so that, it doesn't, yeah, so my solution, scale with screen size. I still need to figure out how to get those internal elements to scale properly, even if I have it with a reference resolution, because the shape of my container does change, depending on which thing I want. So like the forge. That said, this is so much better. That's all right. So my biggest complaint so far was the scaling stuff, and now I have my own crazy scaler, and the crazy scaler script is just like not correct. Or it is correct, but it's not the way to do things. That said, if I use the scaler I wrote works nice for like my the thing I want it to do. So we're gonna actually switch here, see if we can get it scaling this way. I like this so much better. MMO MGT, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you so much for being here. Okay. Yeah, and I think someone else actually suggested this. I was like, oh, I think, well, they actually selected, they said that there's a canvas mode. This is good to know, though. So we have a scale with screen size. This tells me that even if I'm at 16 by 1920, yeah. So now my font size. So one of the things I was complaining about was my font size changing. And so now that with the free aspect, my font size doesn't change when I resize it. And that's good. That's what I want. MG says, my instinct would be to set the grid cell size based on container size. Container equals 400, cell count equals 4, cell width equals that. Yes, that's also, I think, what we can do based on that. Set the cell size based on the container size. The issue I'm running into, and this is just me being stubborn, is that the way the pictures show up is their background images. And so I should probably make them not background images. And so the background image is not going to scale if I set the width of a cell. Let's see if we get the cell widths working and not worry about the image for a moment. To see if we can get them in there nicely using styling. So let's go back to our UI builder here. Okay, so this container now, let's match the game. The game's gonna be 1280 by 720. All right, match game doesn't quite work the way I want it to. But 1280. So this is sort of the size I know I'm gonna get. So this is good. This is good. So now I know this is what I'm gonna see, regardless of the screen scale, regardless of whatever resolution is being used. So this is the size of the font. Unity background scale mode, scale to fit. Ooh, Unity MGT with all the good suggestions. MGT for all your beautiful suggestions and participations. You deserve even more points, my friend. More points. Another 50 points to you. Thank you for participating so much and helping me out. This is exactly what this stream is all about. Learning to code and grow. Hang on. USS. Canvas scale, USS data types. Oh, when I did the Google here, actually, the minus is saying don't include that. USS, Unity, common properties, scale. I just want to read about this. Unity background scale mode, stretch to scale to fit. We're going to try that. Unity background scale mode. I love it. I love it, my friend. Let's try that. Scale to fit. These are the types of things that are definitely not in CSS that I wouldn't know. Okay, so in this case, for now, just to test it out, I'm going to do 32 pixels, and then I got to change my controller here. Let's not scale the width. Let's just see what it looks like out here. Okay. Just to see if the 32 by 32 size comes through nicely with the image, if the images got scaled down. Oh, I set opacity in that show. Let's try it again, folks. One more time from the top. Let's do it one more time from the top. The common band director lies. One more time, folks. Let's do it. Just one more time. My images aren't showing up in there. So that doesn't seem to be right. Let me see if, just make sure my crafting container, let's change this to the workbench. It's still not scaling the background to fit, but it might be a stretch thing that we have to do. So rather than scale to fit, the other options were scale and crop, stretch to fill. Let's try stretch to fill. Like this. Crypto racer, crypto racer, crypto racer. Thank you for the follow, crypto racer. Welcome to the crew. You are now among us. You're a member of Captain Coder's Academy. Crypto Racer, welcome to the crew. Oh, I'm so sorry, Crypto. That song was not the best. That was not the best. I dug deep. I dug deep and my music bone was empty. I'm so sorry. But happy Sunday, Crypto Racer. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for the follow. I am so happy to have you here. It was still awesome. I'll do better next time, I promise. But because your song was far from some of the best ones, 100 points for you, my friend. 100 points, 100 bonus points for you just for me botching it. And everyone for having to listen to such a terrible song. 50 points to all of you. Tuber says, singing is slightly off on purpose to avoid the DMCA. Yeah, exactly. Tuber, thank you for explaining that for everyone, because I just thought people would know. Yeah, that's right. Just slightly off to avoid the DMCA. Crypto Racer, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We are here to learn and code and grow together. I am a computer science educator. I teach at School for Ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. And if you have any, what am I saying? If you have, backseat coding is welcome. Learning a lot about the new UI toolkit. Me too. I am really digging it. But there's a level of understanding that I'm trying to get to. Yeah. So I don't think there's anything it can do that the other the UGUI can do, but I do think that there's a lot of potential here. MGTW, yeah, it's gonna make it a little bit big. That's a good point. I'm surprised they're not there too. Let's try 96 to see what's going on with that. I was hoping they would scale. Yeah. Let's try that. That's a good point. See, it confirmed they're being cropped. They seem to scale fine there. Are they just too small? Is 32 by 32 just too small for the... This is fascinating. You could also try making them bigger. Or did I forget to hit... You know what? I may not have hit save. Did I forget to save the file? Or are they just too small to see? There's like, I see is that dot on my screen? Or is that a pixel? 32 by 32 just might be too small. What? That's interesting. So it seems to scale, but 32 by 32 is just too small for it. Yeah, so it's just too small. The pixel size was getting too small there. That's interesting. Super. So 32 by 32, the picture was too tiny in there. You couldn't see it. It was so small you couldn't see it. Maybe related to the padding and stuff on there. But it does seem so. Stretch to fill seems to be all right. MGT says, I've seen something similar with CSS borders where as the container shrinks, the borders stay the same size, so the borders end up obscuring content. Aries, I'm so sorry you got timed out there. Links sometimes have issues. This link is totally fine. Aries, for getting caught up for trying to be helpful and getting a little bit timed out there. 50 points to you, my friend. I'm so sorry about that. Aries said, do you know what freecodecamp.org is? I've seen it, yeah. So did you have a question about Free Code Camp? Free Code Camp is a great place to learn something. That did not work. Free Code Camp. Come on, let me take this link. Free Code Camp is a website, learning code for free, build project, earn certifications. This is a great site. One of my students actually turned me on to this. I think it's an awesome place to get some credit. Yeah, I think you can even get like school credits for doing this, especially for some of the lower end CS stuff. MGT says stretch will fill, just won't preserve the aspect ratio. Gotcha. Let's change that back then to scale to fit. Scale to fit. What does scale and crop do? That said, these should essentially be squares, so the stretch to fit should be okay. Ideally, they're squares. All right, so that does work on those. The one thing that's going to be, I think, particularly tricky is getting the drag and drop thing to match the height. So the idea is that these need to all be the same size. So their width and their height. Scouty Nate says, afternoon, stretchy man. I'm not a stretchy man. I'm a coding captain, my friend. Scouting Nate, welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, we're trying to stretch some things out, trying to get them to work the way we want it to do. And we're going through the process. We're going through the process of learning something new, especially when you know something already that can do the same stuff. That's right. We got the wacky inflatable tube arms captain. We got a new follow. Coz Rose, I want to thank you. Coz Rose, I'd like to welcome you. Coz Rose, I want to thank you for the follow today. Coz Rose, I want to thank you for being here with us. You are now a member of the crew. Coz Rose, welcome aboard. Coz Rose, I'm so happy you're here with us. If I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, just let me know. I'd be happy to pronounce it any way you'd like. Well, maybe not any way, but most ways. I'm going to do my best. I want you to feel welcome here, but happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. You are now a member of Captain Coders Academy, and I'm so happy to have you here. As you may or may not be aware, Captain Coder is very, very happy to, I'm going to get rid of these here, answer any questions you might have, computer science or programming related. So be sure to ask. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I'd love to entertain them. Just keep them PG-11 folks. PG-11. Yeah. So this, I want the width to, can I do a flex here? Cheapgrams, web dev meets game dev. A little bit, yeah, it feels that way for sure. It feels that way. I think they're trying to make it that way so it's a little bit more streamlined. And I honestly do believe that they're using some kind of web browser tool to render stuff here. I want it to flex. Flex layout, grow, shrink, wrap, flex basis, auto maybe. Align self, flex. We're gonna try flex, grow. The issue is we're gonna try this. Height, 100%. It should take up the whole height of these things. So the grid row, inner, and then in these have the crowd here. So the interesting thing is these also need to kind of take up an appropriate amount of space. We'll shrink this stuff real quick. All right, so these need to take up an appropriate. So the grid row, the height on the grid rows needs to be dynamic to take up the proper amount of space. This visual element should also take up 100%. Okay, so this thing, the size, transform, the scale is still set there. So 1, 1. So this is taking up the full size. Okay, this is taking up the full size. Chief Grant says, I'm taking a Flexbox course. I can give you some good flex commands if you need them. Yeah, that would be great. So I want these grid rows to flex top to bottom and to, I think if I make them grow 1, shouldn't they all take up an even amount of space top to bottom? So this visual element flex down. There we go. So now they're taking up an even amount of space. So we're flexing downward. Perfect, perfect. That's what this button did. So we have the right height. So then our inners take up 100% and our crafting containers take up. Perfect, perfect. So this now, the inner should flex left to right, and these we want them to flex 1. Okay. So now these should all flex 1. And these ones are using, hang on, these container slots. These need to flex 1. I just changed this one here. Can I reset that? Last one, grow 0. The style sheets. Why did I lose my style sheets on my crafting container? Style sheets, style list, grid slot container. So these should flex grow 1, I believe. I want these all to take up space. So this should be flex grow 1. So they should all take up an even amount of space. All right, let's refresh this. There we go. I forgot to hit save here, which is sad. So my slot container, my visual element, my inners, one sec, my visual element, my slot container, did my transform get reset? Still 1. Visual element, this needs to be 1, 1. Save. All right. And now this should flex down. The flex direction should be downward. All right. Perfect. And then my grid rows, let's save that again. The slot container, visual element. All right, so my slot container, the thing I changed here. All right, so my slot container here. Slot container, flex direction. Is that not right? Flex direction on my slot container. Column. Okay, so this needed to be column. Cheap Grams, thank you so much for that. Tuber said I said Flexbox 3 hours ago. I know, and I was going like, I think you're right. I'm just too dumb to figure it out. Cheap Grams, 50 points to you, and Tuber for all of the frustration you have suffered from watching me not use Flexbox. 50 points to you as well, my friend. I'm so sorry that you're suffering with us. We're trying. We're doing our best. So it's interesting because I'm Captain Coder. When I'm coding, someone the other day was like, wow, I'm always amazed. Captain Coder never has to Google stuff. It's like, as a coder, I have all of this knowledge. But as other things, I'm very bad. I'm very bad. I wasn't certain to be fair, but I'm glad that's where we ended up. In my gut, that's what I wanted. And I had tried it for about 7 seconds. And then so the reason I didn't do it is because I didn't know that we could actually have it scale with the resolution, and I was going, well, that's not going to work because our images and stuff. But now that I know that I can scale with the resolution, it's like, oh, okay, cool. So now I don't have to care that much about it. Chief Grant says there's this short course called Flexbox Zombies. I'd recommend it heavily for any CSS Flex program. If you happen, Cheap Grams, let me give you permit Cheap Grams. You got 600 seconds. I think that's 10 minutes. Feel free to post a link, my friend. And then I also on the Discord, if you happen to be on the Discord, I know you are. I'd love it in the recommended as well. If you happen to have time to post it in the recommended section, I'd love that. I need to create a section called a form called developer resources or something, because we get so many awesome things like that. These grid rows, they need a little bit of spacing between them. Did I save this? I did. Okay. Margin, right? So these need margins. Margin if we did 5 pixels. Yeah, so we're gonna add a margin 5 pixels to each one of these. So our grid row. Grid row, margin 5 pixels. Ginger says, how hard do you think it is to make an encrypted user authenticated server in C++ from scratch? From scratch? Probably pretty hard. It feels like I'm halfway there, and encryption on server function will be the hard part. If you're building the encryption algorithm from scratch, it's going to be, you got to be a genius. I couldn't do it from scratch, I don't think. That said, there are libraries I'm sure you can use to make it much easier. You're not the first person to have wanted to do this. And so I'm sure there are a lot of resources, and especially libraries for doing encryption that would be super helpful. That said, I'm by no means a cybersecurity expert. I've always said, okay, well, I'm gonna offload that to some library if I've ever done something like that. Cheap Grams, thank you so much for the link for your contributions, Cheap Grams. Thank you so much for sharing that. For your contributions, 50 more points, my friend. I always love when people post resources and try and raise people up. MGT says, by the time I got my head around Flexbox, people were getting hyped about CSS grid layouts. When I started doing web development, there were no Flexboxes. When I first started doing web, everything was done with like crazy floats and tables and all kinds of wild stuff in CSS. Tuber says, just move the first letter of every word to the end and add AY. I'm missing context on that, I suppose. Back then you would do things with, all right, so now we have so now our grid's sort of sizing nicely. The one thing that's maybe a little bit annoying is that as we get more and more, the size and height, they're no longer squares. Pig Latin, Tuber. Oh, gotcha, for doing Pig Latin, gotcha. Ultimate security encryption. You just add A and Y to the end of everything. Yeah. Ooh, what is it? Do you speak Pigland? Ooh de, ooh ye, ixpe, igpe, adley. There we go. I did it. First try, folks. Okay, so this will maybe work. Let's check out our let's launch this and see if our styling I don't think scale to fit was the right option here. Hang on. What happened? I'm slightly confused. So the flex to grow. I think this is trying to scale to fit. So this is like scaling. I think this is scaling something. Let me try something. If I get rid of these, what does this do? Chief Gunner says, I should implement that into code more Pig Latin methods. No, this is what's going on here? I'm so confused. Tuber says, how do the pigs talk? Yeah. Jaden Jones are disappointed the pigmen in Minecraft do not speak Pig Latin and the Enderman language isn't Hungarian notation. Chief Gunner says, seems like such a missed opportunity. Yeah, it does. All right, so when I put this flex grow in here, this flex grow is making these things resize based on the internal image. Try setting flex basis to 0. No, that doesn't seem to be the reason. Hazanoid, hey Captain, I'm cracking on with some work right now, but I'll be like, welcome back, Hazanoid. Thank you for, there are many places to lurk on Twitch, and Captain Coder appreciates you choosing to lurk here, my friend. MGT says, oh, it's growing based on the content. Or something. Let's see. Based on the content, try setting flex basis to 0. I think maybe my I'm thinking maybe actually that my UI builder is not the same structure. Let me look at this real quick. I think it may not be the same structure here as the other one. Yeah, I don't think it's the same structure. Hang on. So when I set the height to 100, flex grow, hang on. Let's, so you're saying I should do flex basis 0 here? Let's see. I might need to compare the two different, my playground versus my, yeah, my playground versus, hang on, let's go to my UI builder. Those things are still, I'm concerned that my, all right, so let's look here. My structure, is this still the same? In my, I think so. I don't think I changed anything. My inner crafting, grid slot container valid, grid slot container. Try being more flexible. Slot container, what is, this has grid slot container. What slot containers? Yeah, so I think we have something going on here with slot container. Visual element has slot container. Let's go look at the UI for the other one. Make sure that this structure is the same, because this should be actually slot container parent and slot container. Let's make sure that the UI structure is actually the same on these. So we have our grid, visual element, slot container parent, slot container has slot container. Okay, so that structure is the same. And then in our playground, what it says I changed something. It looks like I've applied inline styles, which override the style sheet. Yeah, so that's what I'm concerned about in this one. So I was trying not to do that. Is there a way to reset those? All right, so slot container. Is there a reset option? Yeah, so there are definitely inline styles on. Okay, so this one here, extract inlines to new class. We'll call this slot container parent. All right, so this should update this file, I think. Slot container parent, yeah. So we'll save, and then we'll come back to that file. This is my USS file. And so we should have slot container parent. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you for that. Changeling mode CSS. Oh my goodness. All right. So slot container parent, this needs to be on our crafting grid here. Slot container parent. Like that. Okay, so then if I come back over here, do I have other things applied? Visual element, slot container parent. There's nothing bolded. Slot container. Oh, it has a bunch of stuff on it. I changed a lot of things here. All right, so we're gonna do slot container new. Save. Slot container new and slot container. We kind of want these to match. Is there a flex grow background, flex direction? Did it just extract it into one new one? Flex wrap. Flex wrap, wrap. I sort of want to merge these together. Flex wrap isn't down here. Scale. Why do we even need that? That one feels like it shouldn't be added at all. Justify content, space around. Okay, so I'm fairly confident that we can merge that we should merge these sort of together. Are there any conflicts? The question, are there any conflicts between the two? Flex grow, background color, flex direction column. So these are the same so far, so I can delete these. Flex wrap. I feel like I don't even want that, if I'm being completely honest. Scale 1:1. I feel like having scale in there at all. I think that's the default. Regnus, welcome back, my friend. Regnus, welcome back to the crew. It's so nice to see you. That's a sweet little emote. That you know, that rave cat. That cat's so cool. Regnus, you're one cool cat, my friend. Welcome back. This we need. Justify content. We're gonna change this, I think. Align self, stretch, transform origin top left, but we're not scaling anymore. Overflow visible, align items, stretch. All right, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna kill that, save. Let's see how this looks still. Grid. Visual, slot parent, slot container. We're gonna get rid of that. Still looks good. Still looks good. Internal grid row. Yeah, we have new things for grid row. Geez, this is a little bit. Why did that drop there? Close attributes. Tuber says, for anyone watching, sometimes you spend 4 hours getting a grid working. Don't ever feel bad about putting in the time. Yeah, don't feel bad. We're learning, folks. Grid row, new. Like that. We'll save. We'll see what we did differently. Grid row new versus grid row. I should have been editing it directly in this. Background color, overflow visible. Flex grow 1. Okay, save that. Come on back here. And we'll delete that out. Grid row, goodbye. And then did we change the inner? I'm sure we did. Yep, grid row inner 2. Save. And then we're gonna add these. Some of these things feel unnecessary, but we're gonna do it. Grid row inner. We're just trying to get it to look nice. We're trying to understand what we're doing as well. So come back here, our inner. Getting rid of all these inlines that we had. And then crafting container. Okay, so this one has nothing. So these should now hopefully be identical. Let's see. Lettuce and tomatoes. Let us see those tomatoes. It's perfect, folks. Look how it's perfect. It's perfect. Exactly what we dreamed of. Is it not exactly what we intended? Why? It's because of the image size or something. It's definitely the image size. Scale to fit. So now every element with flex grow also needs a flex basis 1. Flex basis 0. Are they supposed to be different sizes? There is no. They're supposed to all be the same size. That was me being very sarcastic. So everything with a flex grow needs a flex basis 1. What does flex basis do? Yeah, flex basis. I just want to understand what flex basis is supposed to. Property sets the initial main size of a flex item. It sets the size of the content box unless otherwise set using boxing size. In this example, yeah, thank you for clarifying, Nameless Code. I'm sure other people were confused and were like, wow, that looks horrible. I'm surprised that's what you want. In this example, the flex grow and flex shrink properties are both 1. Flex specifies how the basis for the growth using a value of 0 will cause it to ignore the content. Okay. I'm going to try flex basis 0. So it should just be the actual cell though, right? I shouldn't have to add that to all of the components. What I don't understand is why these are changing at all. If I get rid, so hang on, if I get rid of this, it shouldn't change at all. So the issue is I think I still have the size issue. Yeah, so something super weird is going on anyway. Here is a ghost icon. All right. So something super strange is happening. Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? Oh, I know what it is. In our grid container slot, grid slot icon. Grid slot icon. This needs to, this is an image. So it has nothing to do with the background actually. The background, or hang on. MGT, so sorry. Here's a quick demo on Flex Basis. Sent this link. Thank you for that. I'm so sorry. My bot it saved us numerous times, so I'm keeping it around. I know it's frustrating. Yeah, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Flex Grow. Here. Flex Basis. Okay. Flex Basis. How do I did not see a difference. Does it automatically reload? Gotcha. Okay. So it's like rescaling based on the size. Flex Basis says don't take into account the content size, I'm assuming. Okay. This grid slot icon, what is this doing? So keep in mind, I followed a code here. Gotcha. That makes sense. Our content, we have an icon. Icon.add class. Where is the icon? Okay, so we actually have an image inside. So my grid slot icon, so this is, I've been flailing around thinking it was a background image, and in fact it's a real image. And what we potentially could do, go away you, is in this, our icon. All right, so I didn't even need this. Though that scale thing, this is just me not knowing this code because I was following a tutorial here. If I'd built this from scratch, I probably would have been, now that I understand the UI toolkit a little bit better, I could probably have built this from scratch. So this icon here, Flex Grow, really, is I should set like width or height to 100% and the other one will match. This is how smart I am. No, not so. Hang on. We're gonna try one more thing. Don't add the icon. Don't add the icon. Let's make sure it's the icon that's doing it. I'm 90% sure it is. Don't add an icon. Okay, so there's something not quite right still with the heights. Okay, so what's different in my grid playground for the heights? So there's something wrong there. We're gonna get it working without the icon. We're gonna work the visual element here. I just need to make the parent visual element. I think this is all I can think is right here. No. Slot container. Slot our grid row. Are there any special things attached to it here? Okay, can I lose? Is there a way to say just drop, reset, unset all? There we go. Unset all. So it should hopefully match there. So there were some things being set custom here. These probably need to do something. Lance says it's like walking into a garage full of tools and you don't know what they do at first. As you figure them out, how to and not to use them, you start finding the way to simplify everything else. Yeah, so as you gain an understanding, oh my goodness, if you guys went and looked, this is why I say I've only really been learning Unity for 2 months, even though on my itch. So if anyone wants to see some of the stuff I've made, here's a link to that. But if you look at my older stuff, you were to go look at the source code for some of these things, the UIs are horrifically bad because I just didn't know what I was doing. The way, oh, the internet is down and I'm singing to myself. I am singing to myself. I hope the internet comes back. Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know that you're okay. All right, we're back, folks. Apparently, WebGL destroys your internet. Lance, every time I talk, the stream dies. You're a JPEG. How's the quality, folks? It looks like we're back. I was gonna say, if you look at the source code or my project and how I did this is like a the code for this is insane and horrible. Even though I managed to get it working because I was leaning so heavily on my programming skills to just sort of like force things to happen. There's like crazy scaling things that I do to make this work. For this UI looks fine, it looks okay, but the code for this is horrible. It's so bad because I didn't know what I was doing with the UI system. I didn't take the time to learn it because this was a 3-hour game jam. I was like, can I make this in 3 hours? So I just leaned heavily into my coding knowledge to do it. And that's all of these games, except for we started getting to understand it a little bit in SkyDriver and Crazy Marble, because that's where I actually started learning Unity stuff. Anyway, what the heck are we trying to do here? What the hey? Yeah, this visual element I bet doesn't match what this one's doing. Or maybe it does. This should go. Let's extract this just one more time. We're gonna call this container parent. Container parent. Jaden just starts, the good code is the code that works. I don't know. It feels that way sometimes, for sure. So container parent here. And then we'll call this container parent. Container parent. MG says, I think you have to embrace writing good code to writing bad code to write good code, whether that's early in a career or in a project. Absolutely. This is why I tell people to prototype stuff. Don't try and build your dream game as your first game, because you're just you're gonna learn so much as you go. So build small components, and as you learn stuff, it's like, oh, okay, this, learn and grow from those things, and then you don't have to do as much refactoring later. Container parent. Jaden says, I'm using enums a lot more. I realize that if I lay out user status and error codes in the same way, I can use the index of one, return the index of another given an offset. I'd be curious what you mean what you're doing. I would be careful having the order of enums be dependent on each other. Container parent, and then we're going to clear these. So I'm hoping that we got all of that. And Immortals is a career game dev once told me, you'll never complete a great game if you can't complete a bad game. That's true. True. All right, look at that. That looks good. You got to get all your bad games out before you make a good one. Yeah. I think that makes a lot of sense. You got to learn how to manage complexity. That's the thing I always tell my students is managing complexity is such, anyone can code and you can write crazy complex. The question is, how do you manage the complexity of a program to try and simplify it so that you can fit it all in your brain? Because any non-trivial project just grows and grows and grows, and it gets scarier and scarier and scarier and harder to do. And Murph says, James, sir, I would suggest creating an extension on your enums that you can use that can get you the right enum for the other one. I do this between my scene index and level, so each level knows what scene it is. Extension methods are a great way to do work with enums in an object-oriented way. Lance says, I fully agree. I have learned so much more from my mistakes than I have from a system that I understand very well, and I'm rebuilding for the 8th time. Yeah, exactly. Constantly refactoring, learning new stuff, and applying those things. All right, so now we're going to add this image in. And hopefully our styling on this image just says take up the whole width or the whole height, whichever one. And in this case, I think we said width. What do we do? Where's our grid icon? Width 100%. So now the image should scale. We don't have to write in. Nope. Clearly incorrect again. Flex. So let's go back to flex basis on our. That's funny. I was feeling very confident there, folks. Flex basis 0. So we're gonna say the container shouldn't care about the size of its contents, and we may have to add that somewhere else as well. Yeah, we'll see. Janjo starts replying to an Immortal Code. We'll look into it later. Right now, I'm just trying to do a project in C++ and have fun. Good for you. I'm wondering if I should make this C++ server and database the backend for a TypeScript game. Ooh. Janjo Star, you got to keep us up to date on your progress, my friend, because that sounds interesting. What you're doing there sounds really, really interesting to me. Why? Oh, is it because I'm not doing this? G says that depends if you have a location to put the server. G, my friend, I don't know if I've seen your username here yet today, but I'm so happy to see you. My flex height on my rows. All right, so I think we need to do. I think you're right. We're gonna put flex basis all over the place. That makes sense. G, I'm sorry if I don't know if I acknowledged you though, but G, it's so nice to see you, my friend. Happy Sunday. How the heck are you doing? It's so nice to see your such a friendly, I was gonna say friendly phrase, but such a friendly username. All right, so the heights are working now. Ooh, Jane just said another idea is making a Raylib game with WebAssembly that can use internet sockets and networking. WebAssembly has been such a fun thing to play around with. My vote is for WebAssembly. My vote is WebAssembly. But that's just like my opinion. Slot container parent. All right, we're just gonna start putting flex basis everywhere. Flex grow. Grid. Container. some of this is actually not quite correct. Because the thing on the right side, we do want to take into that the account on that a little bit. Flex slot container. This is probably the one that really needs it. All right, let's go look at our playground. Okay, that still seems okay. All right, I was worried that that would do something awkward. Please, oh please, oh please, it works, it worked today. Oh, it worked, our grid is nice. I'm happy we can say. There we go, folks, we got that working. All right, before we do too much celebration, I think we might have finished a thing today. Let's change it to the loom. Let's change it to the loom. Will it work? Will it build? Can I make it work? Look at that, folks. This slot was not valid, so it killed the thing there. Oh, but it scaled nicely. Dramulks, what do you think now, my friend? You still there, Dramulks? Dramulks, do you see what we did? We should have written some unit tests. That would have been the way to go. Our forge takes up the right size now. There we go. So one little thing would be to like, can we get it so that these scale properly? But yeah, look at that. That was nice. Okay, so these resize nicely. One thing that might be interesting is to, that's cool. I can't combine a wood and a rope. Okay, what I would like to do now is make it so that I can dynamically, okay. We got our grid scaling. We finished a thing. We got to do a commit. Here. We made some progress. Feat implement scaling grid on crafting container. Boom. Done did it. Sync it up, folks, for being here to witness this moment. I did not think this was going to take. I thought this. Just so you know, I typically try and gauge these as like about 90 minutes to an hour is like the thought I have when I'm doing these things. So this one, not so good of a time estimate because I just could not get my brain around it. But we got it to work, folks, and for being here to witness this momentous occasion. This was a big one. Somebody with 150 points on the side. 50 points is usually what I do, but this one was a big one. We did a lot of learning on this. We had so much audience participation. Thank you so much for helping me learn and grow myself. So adding a button to switch between the crafting container types is the next thing I would like to be able to do here. How much time have we been going here? Oh, wrong break. 67 minutes. All right. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to take a break. I'm going to get myself some tea. When we come back, I'm going to go probably for another hour. When we come back, we're going to add buttons so that we can switch between the crafting types. Right now, if I want to switch, I put different things in here. It'd be nice to dynamically choose, to be able to dynamically choose which one you want and have a method on our crafting container that says set. And really, it's going to be a property, set crafting container. And that setter will trigger it to redraw itself. All right, folks, but thank you so much for being here to witness this. We shall return soon. Just give me a moment to boil some water, get myself some herb water. We're not going with a fourth coffee. I didn't actually finish my third coffee here, but we're going to get some herb water, Earl Grey. I shall return, grab something. We'll get back. We're going to do some blood flow exercises. Hang tight. All right, folks, the captain's back. Thank you for waiting around. I appreciate you. We got to get in. We got to get in some stretching or some blood flow. We did some stretching, and then we're gonna get some blood flow. We just gotta get our bodies moving. Get our bodies moving. So everyone, I'd ask you to get on up with me. We're gonna get our bodies moving just a little bit. Nothing too crazy this time. Not that we ever do anything super crazy, but we just want to get our bodies moving a little bit. We've been stagnant. We've been sedentary here for far too long. So it's time. So over 75 minutes of not doing any that much movement, mostly just finger typing. So you got to take care of yourself. I love you. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of it. So get on up with me. And we're gonna jog in place. We're gonna jog in place. Get that heart rate up from, whatever it was, 60 beats per minute, 70 beats per minute. Let's get it up a little bit. Just elevate a little bit, that blood moving. Add in some punches. Maybe you're sitting there on the chair. Think about it. Come on, get on up. Get on up. If you're at work, if you have coworkers around, get up, make them do it with you. Just some little bit of run in place. Get that blood flowing. You know you love it. All right. Next, we're gonna do some jumping jacks. Maybe you can just do some arm jacks. Some arm jacks up and down. We're gonna do 10 jumping jacks. If you please join me in some 10 jumping jacks. Get that blood flowing. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not bad. You're doing it. I trust you back there. Hey, you in the back. I see you not. I see you back
in the
there.
back. Pay attention.
Let's get this blood flowing, folks. Let's just do some big arm circles. Maybe nice and slow. Just bring them in. Do some small arm circles. Just get that blood moving. All right, big arm circles. Get your blood flowing. Switch directions. Go forward. Big arm circles forward. All right, folks. Just getting that blood moving. Some nice, easy little extra small arm circles. Can you do small arm circles? Yes, you can. Lance says, I have to say the exercise and stretch device is top tier. I practice Aikido when I can. It has done wonders for my wrist, arm flexibility, the worst. Absolutely. All right, big arm circles. All right, folks. Thank you for joining me in that. We're gonna hop back. We just want to get our blood flowing a little bit. Oh, we gotta follow, but Captain's out of breath, so singing's gonna be hard. We got head ringer. That head ringer, yeah. Head ringer. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. You're part of the crew, yes. Head ringer. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome to the crew. How are you? Headringer, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. I hope that's how you pronounce it. If I'm pronouncing it incorrectly, please let me know. I'd love to be corrected on that. But welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am a computer science educator, a computer science teacher, and ask me anything programming related or otherwise. Just keep it PG-11, family friendly, my friend. We want this to be, I like the idea of mom and dad and Johnny and Sally and little Timmy sitting there watching some coding, learning and growing together. Dremel says, Captain Swole, that's right. Tuber says, you think he's going to get coffee? No, he's just practicing those stretches before doing it on stream. That's right. No. I got myself, one of the bonuses, one of those nice ones. So I have my right here. No coffee this time. We got ourselves some scalding hot. I boiled some water. That's why it took so long that time. Boiled some water. In here we've got some Earl Grey tea steeping for us. One of the nice benefits is after that stretch, it's been at least, 3-5 minutes. Ooh, we got nice and steep for a Texima gamer. Texima gamer. Texima Gamer, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Texima Gamer, let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It might be TXima Gamer, it might just be TXMA Gamer, I'm not sure, but happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. So happy to have you here. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and me is a computer science educator. I'm not a wordologist, so don't, the grammar may or may not be correct there. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. You're also absolutely welcome to Backseat Code. It's highly encouraged. We're learning and coding and growing together, so Backseat Coding, bring it on, my friends. We want to grow together as a crew. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. Thank you so much for the follow. What are we doing next? We are trying to build a RPG inspired crafting system. It's similar to Minecraft's shapeless recipes. Okay. And we just got our grid scaling, but when it gets set at the start based off the crafting container that's here. What I would like to do is make it so if this crafting container changes, I'd like to be able to change the crafting container. I wish I could move this window more easily. If the crafting container changes, I'd like to be, the other thing we got working is the scaling works now. So regardless of what my resolution is or my free aspect, it'll scale up with us. So that's a little, no one's going to have this resolution. Maybe they will, I don't know. But it scales nicely with us. And so that was a nice find. MGT, got to thank you again. I think there's MGT pointing this out. Much appreciate, much appreciate. I'd like to have some buttons over here that I can click. They're gonna cause my crafting container to change. Maybe I'll add them at the bottom just for ease. Maybe that's what I'll do. Got a combine button though. I would kind of like, okay, let's see if we can add a second UI here. I want to add a second UI on the side. So this is our crafting. I'm going to rename this crafting container UI. Okay. I'm going to make a new folder, create a new folder. And this one it's just going to be like our buttons. And maybe I should put this separate because this isn't part of this like library that I want to do actually. And you know what? I think I'm going to do that. I think, I did something weird. Undo. Okay. I'm actually going to put this in a separate folder and then it won't have to recompile all of this code each time. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. All right. So we're going to put a folder in our assets. It's going to be a new folder. It's going to be crafting default runtime thing. I don't know what that is. Crafting or crafting. I don't know what it is like. Container buttons. It's a terrible name. I can't look. I already said it. I said it once. I'll say it again. I'm not a wordologist. Making words is hard for me. It's my greatest weakness, I suppose. But we're gonna add a new UI. Is this right? UI document. I think that's right. And this UI document is gonna be like crafting container selector. So it's gonna be able to select different crafting containers with this. Okay. And so this is just gonna be off to the side. It's gonna have little buttons off to the side. So this thing, the width, we're gonna make it 100 wide, and then the height of our screen is 720. So let's go with 100 by 600 maybe. That seems right. Niue, I must thank you today. Niue, thank you for following. Niue, how are you today? Niue, I welcome thee. Niue, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing that name incorrectly. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. How are you on this beautiful Sunday morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you happen to be in the world? Jaden Joe Star says, I just ate my lunch. I ate a big bean burrito. Ooh, big old bean burrito. That sounds good, my friend. That sounds tasty and delicious. All right, so I'm gonna add some buttons to this. Was the burrito big or the beans? It has some big beans in it. Some mass, those king-sized beans. King-sized beans, my friends. All right, so we're gonna add a container. Both. So we're gonna add a visual element. Visual element to be sort of our container. And then this is gonna just be our container. And then inside, we're gonna add buttons. Oh, and in fact, maybe I could have it dynamically generate the buttons. Oh, I like this. I like this. I'm gonna have it add a button based on all of the crafting options. Okay, so I just made a simple crafting container like this. And we'll add well, I guess I could add all the buttons. Does the button look fine? Yeah, the button looks fine. Let's see if we can add some buttons to it. Okay, so then we go back to our scene here. And can I add another UI component? I need to get my inspector back. Window, general inspector. All right, get my inspector. I'll add that in here. And let's duplicate this. It's gonna be our crafting selector UI. And our crafting selector, it doesn't have a crafting UI controller on it. Instead, it's gonna have our crafting container selector. Go to our game view here. Change this to 16 by 9. Sort order 1. You can't see it because there's no background on it. Okay. I want to put it over to the side. I want to see how easy it is to position these things. Let's go back to our crafting container UI here. I'm gonna give it a background. All right, display, background, opacity, like this. It's gonna have just like a little bit of an opacity to it. Save that. Game view, it's taking up the whole screen? That's interesting. This is definitely, yeah, what's doing it. Interesting. How much longer are you streaming for? Moon is asked, how much longer are you streaming for? At least an hour. At least an hour. Thank you for asking. Yeah. But Dramulks, my friend. Dramulks, we got a Mooniz. Oh, it's me on Discord. I started streaming. We got some Mooniz. For anyone who doesn't know, Mooniz has taught me everything I know. Mooniz taught me everything I know. Incredible streamer, folks. You got to give him a follow. Lovely, lovely fellow. Incredible game developer. Working on a Metroidvania game. Click that little heart. Give him some love. Give him some love, folks, because he's awesome. He is awesome. All right, here we go. This crafting container, why is it taking up? I think I know. UI builder. Container. No, I don't know. I do not know. Can I look at this? Container width. Oh, maybe. Okay, I think I know. I think I know what's going on. This should take up the match the game view. Okay. So crafting container selector. Oh, quiet you. We're gonna reset that. Reset break. Our container buttons. Okay, so this should scale, match the game view. And then this container should have a size to it. And so the size should be 100 pixels and here we go, and 600 pixels tall. And then I want it to be Mooniz with the raid, my friend. Oh my goodness. We got to get a whoa in here.
Whoa.
That's right. Whoa, friends. Got a bunch of viewers coming in. Mooniz, thank you so much. We got to give you a second shout out. Let's see if the shout out's timed out. Mooniz, thank you. It says I got to wait 58. What? I guess it's because it's the same person. I have to wait. I've never seen it be that long. You have to wait 58 minutes before you can give Mooniz another shout out. I've never seen that. That's wild. I guess I've never tried to give a shout out to the same person that fast. Iced Flame, welcome back, my friend. That said, folks, I can do the Mooniz command all day long. Check out that happy cloud. Mooniz, incredibly talented game developer, my friends. Like I said, taught me everything I know about Unity. He's been following me, I think, since I started doing Unity stuff, and he has helped me every step of the way. Absolutely wonderful. Give him some love, folks. Give him some love because he deserves it. He's incredible. Mooniz, thank you so much again for the raid. I appreciate it greatly. We got Lance. We've got a Lance in our crew, and I'd like to thank you for following today. That's right, everybody, we got Lance in our crew. Welcome to you, Lance. I'd like to thank you. Lance, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Excuse me. Mooniz, how was your stream, my friend? Lance, is this the same Lance from YouTube? I just want to check because we had a Lance on YouTube who's been chit-chatting, hanging out, having a good old time. If not, I don't want to confuse the Lances, but welcome aboard. It's the same Lance. I thought so I don't have to give the whole spiel about it. But for Raiders, just so you know, Captain Coder is an educational streamer, so feel free to ask questions. And backseat coding's encouraged. Mooniz says, I know how to flex and I play around with the boxes, Tubby Crumbles. Mooniz, if we probably would have saved ourselves a lot of time had you been here, my friend. But we sure failed at that. Why is this container? I don't quite understand. Oh, hi. I wanted it to be 500 pixels. Why is that? The min is auto. Why can't I resize that? A hierarchy, match game view, container. So the game view. This is bizarre. The option maybe says it's canvas to match the game view resolution. Okay, that's fine. It's gonna be 500 tall. So I should be able to, instead of that, I know it's 1280 by 720, right? Is that what I did here? 1280 by 720, yeah. So then my container here, 100 pixels by 500. Why is this? My flex, grow. There we go. We don't want it to grow. And my position though, I want there to be, all right, so margin, top, 100%, margin, bottom, 100%. That should center, right? Nope, it doesn't. Doesn't get us no centering. All right, 0, 0. My position from the left, though, I do want it 20 pixels from the left. And then I guess from the top, Mooniz, we got a lot of stuff. Lance says, fumbling my way through, kind of. Yeah. Mooniz, my stream went great. Haven't streamed that long in quite a while. 7 hours, got the boxes to work. Pressure plates and moving plans. Very good, my friend. I'm excited to check it out. Mooniz, I can't go any longer because 7 hours of code is making my brain mush. Yeah, I'm a little worried. I've said we're going to do a streamathon at the beginning of April for that game jam. I don't know how I'm going to do. I'm trying. We'll see how we do. I think that's true though. G says, as long as you take regular breaks, it's fine. Yeah, my streams now won't last more than an hour. Lance says, Mooniz, do you also post the streams and such on YouTube? My only relationship with Twitch is things vanish. Yeah. Monet sir, welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Monet sir, I'd like to thank you for following me today. Welcome aboard, Monet sir. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. Feel free to correct me if that is incorrect, but welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, my friend. We are here as a crew to learn and grow together. So I appreciate you being here. One option might actually be to add a container that takes the whole thing and put the whole thing inside of that. For now, I'm gonna do, this is just a hacky thing I'm doing right now. 40%. All right, so in this case, now in my scene, I have my boxes over here. When it says, Lance, I'm going to create tutorials and post them on YouTube. I'm not sure if my VODs would crowd it and if I should make a very new channel. Yeah, Lance, I actually have 2 channels. One is my Captain Coder Live for all my live streams, because every day having a new stream definitely turns some people off on YouTube. Me, for example, the people I subscribe to, if you're posting, if you have a channel and you're posting daily, 1 video a day is fine, but like more than that, I'm like, come on. I don't like subscribing to channels that post more than 1, and so I have 2 channels, one where I post like tutorials and challenge content, and one where my live stream goes, so I have 2. So Mooniz, you might want to consider having just like a Mooniz archive on YouTube, and then you can actually have Twitch, so I live stream to both, but you can actually have Twitch just move them over. Oh, well, you said exactly that. Maybe I should learn how to read a little bit. So the idea, so this is nice. So my crafting selector, my idea with this is to have buttons in here. It needs to be a little bit wider, I think. It needs to be a little bit wider. Let's try 200 pixels, my friend. In the game view, that looks a little bit better. Let me add, I'm actually gonna add another container above this. There's not a create an empty parent. All right, we're gonna add another visual element. Put this inside. This visual element's going to take up the full thing. This one, we're going to see if we can make it so that this thing will center things top to bottom properly. Flex, flow down, container. Container, flex, grow. I don't want it to grow. I want it to not grow, but the position to be centered. What do we do to get the position centered before? Lance says, Mooniz, I think that would be pretty cool. Yeah, it could be a separate playlist or a separate channel. I'd definitely follow either way. Tutorials are awesome. I think the live vids also teach a lot. The interaction on the live vids I really like. The parent, thank you. This is what I was looking for. Justify center. This is what I wanted. Thank you. Seismoquake. Hello, my friend. Welcome to the crew. How are you? Seismic Quake, hello, my friend. MGT, you got me thinking. You got it there. MGT's on fire today, folks. MGT always leading me forward on new important things that I'm missing. 50 points to you for triggering that thought in my mind. I appreciate you. So we're gonna add a padding here on the left. 50 pixels. And now in our game view, okay, there we go. Zokerstar, well, hello there. Zokerstar, well, hello there. Hello to you, Zokerstar, hello, my friend. Happy Sunday. How are you on this beautiful Sunday? Zoker, it's so nice to see you here. You playing some more Code Rad game stuff? Code Rad games, folks. Code Rad games. We gotta get a little bit of promotion here for Code Rad games. We haven't seen them yet today. Rogue Blight. Rogue Blight is amazing 2D Souls-like game. Chews you up, spits you out, and leaves you begging for more. Look at me try and fight this gorilla. I'm gonna get stomped here. Getting stopped. Look at these beautiful graphics, side-scrolling, action-packed, awesome game. You gotta give Code Rad some love, folks. Code Rad games. Code Rad's been lurking. Real quick, everybody, you gotta give Code Rad a little bit of love. Give a little bit of love, then click on that link. Click it. Click that link, folks. And you're gonna go over to Steam, because you're gonna want to know when this game's coming out, because you want to be the first one to play. Game of the year 2024, folks. Game of the year 2024. Add it to your wish list. You gotta check it out. Ice Flame says, do you have a Discord? Yes, I do. Thank you, Mooniz. For that. Lance says, I really tend to lean more towards YouTube for that. It's sad when Twitch vids get set to null. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Code Red, so nice to see you, my friend. How is you? You streaming? Are you streaming right now, or were you streaming earlier? I think I saw you streaming earlier. But happy Sunday, Code Red. It's so nice to see you. So nice to have you here amongst us. So this crafting UI selector, I wanted to add in some buttons to it. I am really excited about the button styling stuff. All right, so we're gonna create a script here. Create new file. This is gonna be our crafting container selector CS. .s, no, .cs, not an assembly file. .cs, folks. .cs, and so this is gonna mimic this code here. All right, so it is just a mono behavior. That's what I thought. Let's still these real quick. Code Red again said, I was streaming. I didn't see that you streamed. Could have raided you. No worries, my friend. No worries. Raids are always welcome and appreciated. But if there's someone else who you want to raid, there's nothing wrong with not raiding me. I don't mind at all. I wasn't trying to point a finger like, why didn't you raid me? Code Red, why did you not raid me? Get out! Get out! No, I'm kidding. Code Red, I'm so happy you're here lurking though. We're doing some UI stuff as well. The idea though here is when we wake up, we want to add a bunch of buttons to this one. Wish listed, perfect, Lance. I'm glad you wish it. The game looks awesome. I'm super excited for it. This is gonna not compile because none of this is here. That said, we want to add in a UI document. So we'll have a root, private root, like this. Let's check it out, folks. Null entry point, asset. What am I missing? What do we do it here? Root is a visual element. Gotcha. It's a visual element. And we want to add buttons to this. So I'm going to see if we can add buttons directly to it like this. So we have a root element. Inside of that root element, we want to get the container. All right, so we're going to have a container inside, and this should be another visual element. So we're going to call this our container. And there's actually not a ton of good reason to have these as fields, unless I'm going to use them elsewhere. And really, you could just pass them down. Or if you're dynamically changing it later. I don't know that I like having these here. Get the container, and then my idea is that I can do a container.add. I want to create buttons. UI elements. Can I make a button? This is just maybe not actually know about. I might need to reload this here. Let's see. Can we get it to find? Will it build, folks? Will it build? 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 It did build. Okay. Can I do button? Button. I can't. So button. On this object, I want a list of all of our crafting containers. All right, so I'm going to do a private list of crafting container data. Is that right? Crafting container data. This one's not serializable. What is the subclass? Game crafting container data. So I got to do a game crafting container data. Game crafting container data. Crafting containers. We're going to be able to set this in the UI. So this is going to be a serialized field. So we'll be able to add all of our crafting containers to this. And then what I want to do is dynamically create a button for each crafting container. So we'll say for each game crafting container, we're like do I crafting container. item data container in can I do this? I can. Excellent, excellent. So I want to create a new button. So do button, button, or BTN if you really want to be button, new button. And does it take it doesn't have an action. Okay, so new button, button dot name. How do we set the text? Button dot text, there we go, is equal to container dot name. And we want to add this to our container dot add button. What's interesting here is this is object notation can be simplified. Right. Oh, nice, nice. Lance says, Zogarstar says to Lance, best decision you made today, other one was clicking on Captain Coder's stream. Definitely a great decision to wishlist Roguelike. If you want to play it, folks, if you want to get your hands on that early access, just go hang out in CodeRad stream. It's a great stream to hang out in. I love being there on my lunch break when I can. Can't always make it, or on the weekends, or whenever it's on. CodeRad streams almost every day. If you're in that stream, you're getting channel points, and if you have channel points, if you get enough of them, you can actually get a key to check out the game, and it's fabulously good. So next, let me add in my crafting containers here. So I'm going to add a component here. The component I'm going to add is the crafting container selector. So we just made in our crafting containers here. We're going to add in each of our containers. So we have our forge, we have our loom, and we have our workbench. And ideally, when I run this, I should get buttons with those names on. We're about to find out. We are about to find out. There we go. Forge, loom, workbench. So the idea is when I click these, it needs to basically update the crafting container over on that side. Dramulk says, or you can redeem a coffin dance in CodeRed channel. That's true. You can redeem the coffin dance. And if you're lucky, CodeRed will do another 5-hour coffin dance stream. That's true. Enumerate. Welcome back, my friend. We got Enumerate with that good name. That username's awesome, my friend. Enumerate says, well, howdy there, Cap. Good to see you. Good to see you too, Enumerate. Happy Sunday, my friend. How are you today? So we got these buttons. The idea on this button is to set the action such that when you click it, it's gonna update this other UI. So we need to reference this other UI. I messed something up. Oh, I need to do this. And so we're gonna need a reference to it. So we're gonna have a private, what is the type of that script? Crafting container UI controller. So that's a mouthful. Crafting container UI controller. Crafting controller. And we'll serialize this as well. Serialize this. So now we should be able to get a reference to it. Why is this saying crafting container? The crafting is using the type and defined. Oh, it's because it's in another assembly. I think I have to make an assembly to reference it. Hang on. Numerous says, I'm doing well, thanks. Did some work, had some coffee, found out about an infinitely generated streamed ham sketch on Twitch. That sounds fascinating. Muna says, I'm going to lurk a bit, lay down and try to get my brain to bring in. Look, man, you've been coding. You're having a memory leak, my friend. You're almost certainly having a memory leak. When your memory leaks, you're making messes, your brain's dripping out that ear, and you gotta lay down, my friend. Have yourself a good lurk, my friend. Captain Coder's Academy knows there are many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Lots of null reference exceptions currently. Can't access memory. No memories to access. That's hilarious. That's cracking me up. All right, so in our so I need to make a. Oh, it's saying it. I need to do hang on. Using Captain Coder dot. We don't have accesses. That's what's going on here. Okay, so I need to make another assembly here. I need an assembly just for this to be able to access that. So create assembly definition. This is our playground assembly. And this assembly is gonna be listening to our captain. What is that called here? It's this one over here. Crafting system. Crafting UI. Let me ask you a question, Lance. Lance saying, I'm glad you stumbled onto it. I'm curious, was it just a recommendation on YouTube? I'm always curious if it was a recommendation. Or how did you find it? It's always a curiosity to me how people find the stream. That said, I have been doing a little bit more advertising. I wasn't so fun fact, I never intended for this to become a real stream. I was streaming to record myself doing programming challenges for a class I'm doing this term called competitive programming, intro to competitive programming. So December 1st through 25th, I streamed myself to record myself doing stuff and not have to worry about going back and editing. I did it out of essentially pure laziness. And I just had so much fun doing it. Why can't I get this namespace? Captain Coder dot. The namespace here should be crafting system. Why can't I get the crafting system? Using. Is this a phantom error? Hang on. Oh, I got to put a using in front of that, of course. The type namespace crafting does not exist. Are you missing it? In an assembly reference. Crafting system.unity engine. What? How is it? Maybe this isn't doing what I think it's doing. That's interesting. Lance says originally it was a random autoplay of one of the past live streams. I was letting YouTube cruise along in the background while coding, and it landed on one of your vids. Subbed, then having to wake up the stream this morning. Gotcha. Yeah, I stream almost every day, 7 a.m. Eastern time. So I'm happy you stumbled. You've contributed to the stream greatly, my friend. I'm so happy you are here. I got to figure out what's going on with this. I'm gonna ignore this for now. It's telling me what is the warning saying? The type conflicts with the imported type UI controller. Oh, this because this should be called crafting container selector. Never mind. I'm just really dumb, folks. I'm just a dummy, folks. All right, there we go. The assembly namespace issue is making me a little crazy as well. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. That said, here we are on this. The crafting controller is this one. And so in this, I need to make it so that when we change the workbench, all right. So crafting container UI controller, we want to have a setter for the crafting container here. So this needs to have a setter. Yeah. So crafting container here. This needs a set method on it. So we're gonna make this into a get and a set. So this one is the one that we want to set though. I'm gonna write a method. I'm just gonna write a method for it for now. Ideally, I'd have a setter in there, but my brain can't quite figure that out. Public void set craft set crafting container. It's going to take a crafting container data, item data, to set. And it's going to set crafting container to set like this. And then we need to sort of do this thing here. Lance says for me it was 4 a.m. I usually work night shift as well, so I'll probably be awake for most of them from now on. That is very kind to say. I'm glad to help. However, however I can, even if only to share my confusion. Look, we're all here. Like I said, this whole stream is so we can learn and code and grow together. And sharing confusion is one of those ways to learn and code and grow together, my friend. And I appreciate you doing that with us today. So we kind of need to call build container grid and build output grid. So really it's the build container grid that needs to be called again here. Okay. And the build container grid now should start by essentially removing all the children from our slot container. Yeah, so slot container, can we have a slot container dot remove all clear? All right, we're gonna try slot container dot clear. Remove all child elements from the content container. So we're gonna start by clearing that out. We also need to, we're not using this anymore, I don't think actually. Are there any references to that? Hang on. Can we get rid of you? Because we aren't actually using you anymore. Yeah, scale grid to fit. We don't need this. We're doing it in a pure CSS way, which is great. We can get rid of you and you. Okay, so we can just clear the slot container. We need to clear out our input grid slots. Yeah, so input grid slots dot clear as well. And so hopefully, let's see if we run this, do we still get all of these slots appearing properly when we do the container grid? And the idea is when we click one of these buttons, all it's going to do is rebuild that. Okay, so this still looks nice. Let's see if I can make it so we can click some buttons. Okay, so now we have a reference to it, and the idea is this button dot clicked is going to do crafting controller dot set crafting container to container. Now we can't quite do that because it needs to be one of these types. So I was hoping to do it interface wise, but we can't do it that way, but we can loop through it this way. All right, so we're gonna make it so when we click that button, and I wanna do button, it looked like they're not enabled. Set enabled true. All right, will it build? Will it work? Find out next time on Captain Coder Z. Oh, no. Find out right now. Find out right now on Captain Coder. Find out at Captain Coder's Academy. Captain of Coder's Academy. Forge. All right, we can't click these. I don't know why. UI toolkit debugger. Pick an element. Any element. Oh. That whole thing is in front. Oh dear. Is that true? If I were to set this to 1, now I can't click these things, but I can click these buttons. Forge, loom, workbench. So we can switch between them. That worked out really easily. Okay, so but this thing blocks us. Jaden just said, so you can use CSS in Unity. I think that is so awesome. I agree. Some people, not so much. So for what it's worth, it's called USS. It's Unity Style Sheets, and it's very, very similar. Okay, so can I make this? All right, can I make this? So the issue is that these, I want to make it so that they're not blocking each other. Anymore, because they should have called it CSSS, C# style sheets. USS, I like USS because it's like being aboard a ship. All right, so but we have these buttons. The order is important here. Can I make it so you can click through these things? Nameless Coder says, I agree. That's fair. CSSS. It's like naming. Look, they're not wordologists probably in Immortal Kid. They're probably not wordologists. Let's see here. We have Or Unity CSS. Yeah, I think calling it USS, I don't like the name for what it's worth. I don't like the name. Can we make it in our crafting grid? I want to be able to click through it. So let's see if there's properties here. Match game view. So the idea is this thing takes up the whole space. I don't understand what these picking mode. Jaden Joestar says relative line numbers is a godsend when you using enumerators. Makes me think I should be enabled in every editor by default. Nameless Color says, what do the two S's mean in USS? Style sheet. Style sheet. Yes, an Immortal Kid, for your quick response there. For being faster than the captain. Being faster than the captain, for helping us grow together. 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you, an Immortal Kid. I want this to not block cursor. That's cool. You can make it change the cursor. Can I make it not block things? Moon is still number one. Still, oh, 1 out of leet. 1 out of leet. That's true. That's true. USS Unity allow click through. How to click through a visual element to its underlying elements. Must include USS. Selectors. This isn't probably what I want. One of the things that I might need to consider is that, well, maybe these shouldn't be taking up 100%. The other thing is probably what you wanted. It's not canvas though. I'm currently 2021. I'm currently working on a custom scene. Okay, there you go. In the front by making it. The problem is the visual elements will cover the scene and mouse events clicking will not be applied. Pick mode equals ignore. Okay, so picking mode. Ignore. Let's see if that does anything. Thank you, Moonniz. Just checking if the gamble exists. I can still do that. Okay, so the picking mode needed to be disabled. Cool. All right, so now we can switch between these. Interesting that it still has. This is fascinating. Are all those things in there? They are. Okay, so this is all full of stuff. Go back to the loom. Okay, so there's an underline. Oh, no, that makes sense because it has a workbench associated with it. Code Rat, that's right. Code Rat, that's right. Moon is for directing me in the right direction. 50 points to you, my friend. So so that's cool. That was easy to do. Dynamic switching. The styling needs to be a little bit better to keep it more square. But that is fantastic, folks. Let's This one was easy. This one was easy, my friends. We managed to get that one up for being here to witness this. It's nice that this first one took forever. It's nice that this one not so bad. So all of you for being here to witness this. 50 points to all of you. Junior says programmers and code rats in the gym, in the game all the time. You know it, baby. All right, so now I want to do an add simple inventory, allowing to add in and remove items. So I think I just want to do a thing that lets me click add so I can test out various recipes in the different containers. All right. So essentially what I want to do is I can switch between these right now. Right now, there's no way to like set the items in these. Hang on, I'm curious here. If I go back to, it's like hard setting it when these load. All right, so in my code, Seismo Quick says boom. I need to have a boom. Ooh, a boom command would be nice. Moona says, if Lance is still here, I'm downloading the videos from Twitch to upload to Unity. Thanks for suggesting it. First video downloaded was 16 gigabytes. Moon is in Twitch. There's a way to export it directly from Twitch to YouTube. You can actually link those together so you don't have to download it. first. So there actually is you can have Twitch just upload it directly to YouTube for you. Yeah, so there's a way to do that. If you want me to show you how to do it later, I'd be happy to show it to you, so that you don't have to do that. It's something that I didn't know about and someone pointed out to me. Oh, before we keep going though, we're gonna do a commit here. Feat. All right, so this is a feat implement crafting container buttons. I don't know why those are in double quotes, folks. Those are actually what they are. It doesn't need to be in button. It doesn't need to be in double quotes. That's actually what it is. Let's sync that up. All right, so now I want to add in so right now in the code, my brain's also getting a little bit mushy. Right now, when we build this up, we dynamically add these things in. Okay, so I want to get rid of that. I would like to add a clear button that will empty the container for us, because right now we have combined. I'm going to add in a clear button that when we click it, this is just for some hackage testing stuff. We have our combine button. It's real pretty UI, folks. We're going to add in a button next to it that just says clear, so we can dump everything out of the container. And then we're going to add in some buttons to add items. Let's see if we can get it. Enumerator takes so long to program. Enumerators take so long to program. Why do you say that? What do you mean enumerators take so long? I'm curious what you mean. All right, so we're going to add in a parent element here. Visual elements. And then that's going to have our button. And this thing is going to flex. Why is this flexing so much? This thing should grow. This thing should not. This have just like a high. 0. There we go. And then this thing's gonna go left to right, and inside of it we got combine button, and then we're gonna have this is gonna be our clear button. Okay. And the idea is I click clear, it's gonna actually clear it out there. Lance says, oh, wow, that is crazy. Good deal. I'm still here. Yep. Okay, so the clear button is just going to forward us here. So it's going to have, in our UI and awake, we got to get the button. So this is just going to be clear button. Clear button. And when we click it, we're gonna do crafting container.clear. Clear. I know there's a clear method on here. Crafting container.clear. Jaden Josar says, I'm writing get message for each type of my codes enumerator type that my standard variant response will be used in every function. Gotcha. So you're having to implement something repeatedly. Sometimes a code generator can be useful for fixing that up. That said, code generation, use with care, my friend. Use with care. Clear. All right, let's see if our clear button works, folks. Let's see if our clear button works. I don't know if it does. Oh, we don't actually notify. There's a little bit of something we need to do here. In addition, all right, this actually needs to be multi-line because we have to do a force update afterwards. I do this. Can you not have multi-line? Semicolon. So we're gonna clear it and then force an update. We need to really add in some notifiers on our container so that way the UI can just be notified when specific things change. This force update was a hack previously to make that just update. When we click something to change it, we're not putting anything in there to begin with now. We can change between these. All right, so I'm gonna add some more buttons down here to be like add, or maybe I'll make another one of those. You know what? Let's make another one. I'm going crazy adding in crafting container buttons. Let's make another one, folks. I'm gonna duplicate our crafting container. This is gonna be our fake inventory selector. Fake inventory selector, folks. This one is just gonna appear on the right side of the screen. So this container instead, one sec, where is this match game with? There we go. Visual element, shouldn't it just, this really should be match. I'm fascinated by that. Container, we want this flex from left to right. That's interesting. So I want the inner component. Hang on, what did I do here? Alignment. No, a left to right is fine, but my alignment should be on the flex end. What? Oh, this one should be, hang on. Can I undo? Go back in time. Go back to the time from whence you were. Justify content, this should be flex row. And the justify content should be flex end. And then in our container, the margin should be on the right side, 50. Go. And the size, this I think should work. Right. Let's go to our game. Let's add in another crafting selector. This one's going to actually be our fake inventory UI. This will be our inventory selector. Perfect. Got to make it centered there. So let's go back to our UI builder. I make this, hang on, visual. This should be 1280 by 720. Right. And this visual element should align, not align self, align items, center. There we go. Saved that. Come to our game view. Perfect. And then we're going to put buttons over here to add stuff in. So it's not going to have a crafting container selector script. It's going to have like an inventory container selector script. So we're going to, again, sort of duplicate this. Jaden Joe says, my thought process is that with standard things in libraries, you can do anything you would want to in Python, even have a variable that is multiple types, which is great. Variable that's multiple types sounds like a bad idea. I don't know exactly what you mean. What do you mean when you say multiple types? So there's no typing in, there's no static typing in Python. So I'm curious what you mean by typing, Jaden Joestar. All right, so we're down here in our crafting container button. This is our fake inventory. This should be fake inventory selector. Fake inventory selector. And this should have item datas. Items. And it needs to have our crafting controller still so we can get a reference to it. Yeah. And then root container, similar stuff going on here. I can have either a string or an enumerator which casts to an int. So you have a single variable that is either a string or an enumerator. That sounds, I'd be very, very hesitant to do that. I'd be really, really curious. So there are certain languages that don't allow you to do that, and it's for good reasons. These should be items. This is for item data and items. Item data has a name. I'm aware I could have used destruct, but wanted to play with standard variant. Gotcha. Oh, you were talking specifically about the variant library. Yeah, C# has something called dynamic types as well. So you can do C# dynamic. Is it? Yeah. So there's like a dynamic keyword. So you can have untyped things in C#, but the reason you typically don't is just because it's a little bit dangerous to do it. So what we want to do when we click this is we're going to try and add it in the first empty slot. All right, so button clicked there. We're going to try and add this item in the first empty slot. So we're going to say, let's go to our craft controller.crafting container. And we're going to eventually do try add item at. All right, we're going to do something really dumb. We're going to say for int r equals 0. R is less than crafting container dot rows. R++, and it's fun to like play around with that stuff for sure, Jaden Joestar. I love playing around with that stuff all the time, seeing like, what can I do? Can I do anything clever with this? You learn so much when you do that stuff. So I'm again, Jaden Joestar, if you're on this Discord, I would love to see more detail coding wise what you're doing. I don't know if you're on the Discord or not, but there's definitely spots to share what you're learning about. I'd love to see more. So in this case, we're going to try adding the item at position R column item. And then we're just going to say, if we were able to, then we break. Oh, we got to break all the way out. Oh, return. We're inside of a function, so I can actually just return here. So the first available slot, we're going to add that item. Yeah, the first available slot, we're going to add that item. And then in our crafting container, crafting controller.force update. We got to make that public so we can access it. Force update public. All right, so we have our fake inventory loop through them all. Lance, I just figured out a thing. I have a slider that appears in the scene space, nowhere else. It is able to set the scale for zooming in and out of the spacing without having to change the values in the inspector. Ooh, nice. So Lance, are you using Unity? I can't remember. I already forgot. Are you using Unity or Unreal Engine? I can't remember. Or something else. Look at it. Remember when I was like, I'm a never nester? Look how never nested this is. This is way too, this is what we call a smell. This here is what we call a smell. But we're just trying to hack it in here, say like, okay, now that I know a little bit more, can I make it happen? Can I make it happen? But boy, is that stinky. That's some stinky code, folks. All right, so and then this case, similar on these UIs actually. I need to set this top component pick mode ignore. And then same with this one. This one needs to have a pick mode ignore. Okay. And go back to our game. In our fake UI here, we're gonna add in our fake inventory selector. We have our container here, and we're gonna add in our items. So we got a boat, we got nunchaku, we've got rope, we've got wood, we got a wooden sword. The wooden sword needs a better icon, so I'm gonna leave the wooden sword. The real things that we care about: boat, nunchaku, rope. All right, save this. Do we get buttons? Will it build? Only time will tell, folks. Only time to compile and run will tell us. All right, can I add a boat? I can add a boat. Can I clear it? There we go. All right, so if we do wood, rope, we get nunchaku. If we do wood, rope, We get a raft. Oh, this is cool. Wood rope. Hang on. If we get a boat, we get the boat combines. Different things. So we can't use a boat in a loom. Oh, this is cool. All right, so I have an idea. So let's change our just to play with this a little bit more. I'm gonna go into oh, it works, folks. It works, folks. It works, folks. It works. We done did it. Let's go to our recipes, boat recipes. This deconstruct boat. We're gonna change this from woodworking to I'm gonna categories blacksmithing. I'm gonna change. I'll just add a new one. Blacksmithing. This is gonna be salvaging. Salvage. All right. The name of this is a salvaging. All right. So we added a new crafting category, salvaging. In our crafting container, our workbench doesn't do woodwork. It does salvaging. All right, so you can salvage in the workbench. The forge does blacksmithing. The loom does tailoring. The crafting is crafting. So I made this recipe for the boat. Deconstruct boat be a. We're gonna make it a salvaging recipe. Let's do an inverse. Let's do nunchaku deconstruct recipe. And this one's going to take in nunchaku. And it's going to be a salvage. And the result is going to be wood. Nope, not rope. Wood, I guess rope. I could have left that. Wood, rope. Save it. Okay, so when I run this, I shouldn't be able to deconstruct in my, oh, I don't have no way to get to, hang on, I need to make one of these be woodworking. Let's do crafting here. This one's woodworking, woodworking station. Okay, do a woodworking station. Let's make this 3x3, and let's go to our crafting selector. Let's add woodworking here. Called it crafting. Woodworking station. So we should have that in there. Okay, so now we should have 4 buttons. Should have 4 buttons to be able to switch between our different crafting containers. Forge needs to update the name here. That shouldn't be hard to do. All right, our woodworking station, our workbench. If we take a boat, we combine it, we get that. If we put a boat in here, it's hard to see but if we did rope, wood, combine. Now if I put a boat in here, I can't combine my boat. But if I come to my workbench, I can take my boat, get those back. I do a nunchaku, I get those back. Super cool. Okay, all right, folks, we did it. We made this happen. Let's do a commit. I just wanted to test it out so we could see it, have a little thing to look at, and have like a semi-final product. Product is a strong word, but 7 days, we did it. Feature, implement, add, bake inventory options. All right. I'm so happy with this. We did it, folks. Thank you so much for hanging out. Ooh, did we actually finish all of our goals today? We didn't get to our bonus goals, but that's okay. We did finish all 3 of these. Went a little longer than I thought I would. 6 hours is a long stream for me. That said, tomorrow I have some work stuff in the morning, so I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back on Tuesday, folks, 7 a.m. Eastern time. No stream tomorrow. We didn't get to our bonuses. I'm sorry, we didn't get to bonus number 3. We don't get to take over the world this time. That's okay. That's okay, folks. Yeah, So if you haven't done so already, I never say this, but sometimes I guess I should. It's like, if you haven't already followed, be sure to follow the captain so you can catch me next time I'm on. But since I'm not going to be back tomorrow, I'm going to go ahead and say that one. And if you want to hang out with the crew, we have a Discord. No pressure to join, but we do have a little Discord. We're having so much fun there. I'm not sure what project we're going to start on Tuesday. If you want to suggest a product, you can. I'm sort of leaning towards this inventory. You got to keep in mind, since I'm not streaming Monday and I'm not going to be streaming Friday next week, we got to have something that I think I can do in 5 days. I've already implemented a list-based inventory system. I'm thinking a grid-based inventory system might be good and be a nice excuse to practice the UI toolkit some more. Because I think I like the UI toolkit. I know some people, it's not your cup of tea, and that's fine. I think I really like this system. It feels very, very, it feels like it's abstracted in a nice way. I like the way it's abstracted. And that's just like my opinion, man. All right, folks, we're gonna find someone to raid. But thank you guys so much for being here. It's been a blast. I appreciate you. And I'm so excited. Look, no one's more disappointed that I'm not streaming than myself. So tomorrow, no stream, unfortunately. It makes me quite sad. But we are going to see. Let's see who we got here. How long has... It's Omni Digital doing art. Proton, we got Klaxon. G's playing Talos, Prince. Roll D, welcome to the crew. Roll D, I love you. Roll D, thank you for following. Roll D, I'll see you next time. I appreciate you following. I appreciate you greatly. We love that you are here in the academy. Roll D, thank you. Or is it Roll Die? Thank you so much for following, my friend. So happy to have you here with us. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. We're about to raid someone, so I hope you're not just tuning in. I hope you got a little bit of something out of this one. But it's been so much fun, friends. Let's see. Red Cabin Games is pretty good. Let's see. How long has Red Cabin Games been going? Red Cabin Games. Only for an hour. I think we're going to raid Red Cabin Games. Let's see. Klaxon. How long has Klaxon been streaming? Klaxon's been going for 7 hours, so he's probably going to be stopping here. We're going to raid Red Cabin Games, folks. Excellent game developer. I think he's Swedish. So we're going to raid Red Cabin Games. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. As always, keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, folks. Have a beautiful day.
Project-specific scripts, and these ones are my C# assemblies. Captain Coder with a party of 31. Oh my god. Hey everybody, welcome in. Shout out to Captain Coder. Oh, I almost misspelled it. Oh, I definitely did misspell it. There we go. Wait, there we go. Check him out. Go give him a follow. He's a great streamer as well. I say as well as if I am one, but well, jury's out still. Now I have to repeat the entire story. Yeah, people are complaining that I took too long to explain my story for this game, so that's never happening again.
We chat online for like 2 hours every day.
Oh so my word, what the hell?
Pretty serious.
I'm speechless. Thank you so much, Captain Coder. What Yeah, that's a nice... Happy Sunday to you too. How was your stream? I didn't even have time to ask how your stream was. Thank you so much. My god. That's 10 tier. That's 10 subs. Thank you. Thank you. What were you doing today on this fine Sunday? Why are you in such a good mood? Oh, learning about the new UI toolkit? Then I would expect you to be in a bad mood, maybe? How's that going? I've not really looked into it that much yet. I tried it for a few hours and decided, it's not ready yet for me. Made a crafting system in 7 days. Oh, just finished it today. We hit all our goals. Oh, okay, there we go. That's the good mood. Alright, let's check this out.